You ready, Shelby? You guys ready? All right. So welcome everyone to the Natrona County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for this evening. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would, please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So I'd like to introduce who we are. My name is Hal Hutchinson. I'm the chair. To my left is Commissioner Chad McNutt. To my immediate right is Commissioner Robert Grant. Next one over is Commissioner Sabrina Kemper. On down the line is County Attorney, Deputy County Attorney, Jared Holbrook. Next to Jared is Shelby Trottier, the planning technician for the county here. And Sean Gustafson is the environmental ECS engineers. He's contracting for planning services through Natrona County. So everyone should be aware that the Planning Commission, the folks here, are an advisory board for the county commissioners, for the Natrona County Commissioners. Our decisions are subject to approval, conditional approval, denial, or modification by the Board of County Commissioners. For each application on the agenda, we will hold an official public hearing. I think we've already done that. Are we going to hold another public hearing tonight?
Mr. Chair, the plan is to reopen the public hearing.
Okay. These hearings are recorded and there will be written minutes of the meeting. After this commission holds a public hearing, unless an application is tabled or withdrawn, the Board of County Commissioners may hold another public hearing for the application. Tonight, everyone will have an opportunity to address the commission. We'll have those in favor of the application to come forward to the lectern and give your name and address, please. And conversely, those who are opposed to the application but also come up to the lectern. When the chair recognizes you, please come to the podium. Again, name and address. You should know this is not a forum for public outcry or speaking from the audience. You must be recognized by the chair before addressing the commission. If a person's conduct is out of order, the chair may give the person a warning. If the person continues the conduct, or if the conduct is extremely out of order, the person may be directed to leave immediately. For tonight's agenda, we ask that you try to limit your comments to 5 minutes and try not to repeat things you or others may have already said, not only tonight, but from the last meeting. And tonight we have one item on the agenda, and that is SF 24-01, and that is a request by EG Haystack Solar LLC for a solar facility out in rural Natrona County out west of the airport. All right. Do we have a motion to take SF 24-01 off the table from the meeting we had back in October? Okay, I was just reminded I got off track here. First, we have minutes of the meeting for October 8th that we need to consider. All right. So hopefully everyone's had a chance to review the minutes, and Chair would entertain a motion for consideration of the minutes.
So moved.
Motion for approval from Ms. Kemper.
A second.
Motion and a second for approval of the minutes as prepared. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. The minutes pass. Okay, now on to the reason everybody's, by the way, thank you all for spending your time coming out. A lot of folks out in the audience. We want to hear from all of you, so thanks for being here. All right, so on to the public hearing. SF 24-01, a request by E.G. Haystack Solar LLC for a solar facility. The project site is located in central Natrona County, approximately 24 miles northwest of Casper and 0.4 miles south of US 2026. The preliminary site plan is located on 2,010 acres of private land. The project is planned to be a 199 megawatt utility scale solar system and a 100 megawatt battery energy storage system site.
Mr. Chair, at this time, we do need to take this off the table.
Okay. Do we have a motion to take SF 24-01 off the table?
I move that we take this off the table for reconsideration of the solar facility.
Motion by Chairman McNutt,
Second.
second by, I said Chairman, Commissioner McNutt. Commissioner Kemper, second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're off the table. All right, so we've had a lot of information funneled our way since the meeting in October. May we have a staff update, please, Sean?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Sean Gustafson, ECS Engineers. Yes, sir. 1607 CY Avenue, Suite 104. If you don't mind, I would go ahead and summarize a lot of this report and add to what is new in the report for this time instead of reading the entire thing verbatim. Want me to? Okay, I'll give it my best. So. Okay. As you stated, Mr. Hutchinson, the site is in central Natrona County, south of Highway 2026, east of Natrona Road number 209. As before, the materials that were submitted, there's a long list of materials that were submitted in that 500-page application. Those materials that are submitted and the application requirements match. So all materials needed, everything is there and present. So we've got a complete application. As before, the staff's comments, road and bridge had concerns with the heavy loads, D-rated bridge. GIS had some thoughts on alternative ingress and egress. Let's see here, get back to a spot here. Here we go. The health department had no comments. Fire district, we now have received comments, and we'd like the fire department to speak to that with, I believe, Brian Oliver is here this evening, and we'd like him to go over his comments. But I'll run through some other comments that I have here on this. I sent the entire application to Brooke Allen, the the district traffic engineer for District 2 for YDOT. And I'll read you Brooke Allen's letter. YDOT has received the traffic impact study included in the application. Although not noted in the report's recommendations, YDOT believes the construction of a left turn lane is necessary due to the drastic increase in left turning vehicles during peak hours for safety reasons. An access modification application would need to be submitted to our office prior to any work beginning. This application should include pertinent data regarding the turn lane and any other proposed modifications to the approach for consideration. The only other general comment that we have is that any oversized, overweight loads go through the standard permitting process. So YDOT is aware and has some thoughts on that when the time comes. Conservation is- I'll jump here to staff findings. Staff finds that the case SF 24-01 solar energy facility is a permitted use in RAM zoning. The list of the requirements stated in section 5.09 of the 2022 zoning resolution have all been addressed within this application. Further staff recommendations. All comments by staff should be addressed formally, and I'm speaking of what Brian will be able to give us, what Mike Hagler has given us, GIS, thinking that should be addressed formally in writing by the applicant. The forthcoming application requirements, information, and approval within the required Wyoming Industrial Siting Act application and report be provided to the Board of County Commissioners as conditions to the processing and potential approval of this application. That is a must with this. A lot of the letters, which I'll get to, there were letters for and against, but a lot of letters against cited things that are addressed within the Industrial Siting Council's application process. And then, of course, the YDOT application and permits be shared with Natrona County also, which is normal procedure. As I said, in public comment, as a date of the report, there were 7 written comments received in opposition. As of today, there are 11 total comments, or 12 total comments, excuse me. 2 were for, 10 were against. The comments for the application ranged from renewable energy, economic development. One of them was from somebody that does run cattle in the area, but doesn't live in the area. The ones against had a litany of things they were against. Fire, were concerned with, let's put it that way, not necessarily against, but concerned with fire, pollution, environment, traffic, wildlife, stock, EMF, electromagnetic forces, noise, glare, quality of life, and views were mainly what were covered in those. So, as far as recommendation goes, the Planning and Zoning Commission may approve or deny the requested application for solar energy facility after consideration of the public testimony and all facts of the case as presented during the public hearing. Staff proposes that the Planning and Zoning Commission enter a motion and vote to recommend approval or denial of the request for the solar energy facility. And should you recommend for approval of the request, we recommend that you vote to approve the staff. Let me have here. Oh, we have 3 suggested, sorry. I've got scribbling over the top of this. We have 3 suggested additions as recommended above. All comments by staff be addressed formally. The forthcoming application requirements, informal and approved, will be required Wyoming Industrial Siting Act application and report and provided to the Board of County Commissioners as consideration to the process and potential approval of this application, and that YDOT application permits be shared with Natrona County. And then, of course, we would ask that you reference all findings of fact set forth. And I think with that, we'd probably like to hear from fire department, if you would.
Mr. Oliver? Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, I'm Brian Oliver, the Natrona County Fire District Chief. The concerns that I've had brought to me are, obviously the fire concerns with the lithium batteries, radiation exposure, the EMP, magnetic fields, and then the noise pollution from the site themselves. Some of that stuff is beyond my scope of practice. I did try to find some decent information for you folks tonight and for our residents. with the information that's on the internet, it's hard to vet and make sure that I was finding the right stuff to bring tonight, and I ran out of time. So to address some of the fire concerns, obviously the solar panels, the wiring, that kind of stuff is null and void compared to lithium batteries. Lithium batteries are a big concern with the advancement that we're seeing in them, the size that they're seeing, what they're being used for. When there's a problem with lithium batteries, especially on this scale, it becomes a pretty major event, and it can be catastrophic for several reasons. The technology that's come out just within the last couple of years with these big battery packs, they are a lot safer than they were even just a couple years ago. There's a lot of fail safes that they put into these. The individual batteries have thermal cutoffs on them. They can turn off individual batteries within the unit itself, depending on what type of battery packs they use. Some of them have they look like a spark plug, and if the batteries start to emit any type of hydrogen gas or any flammable gas, those will start to ignite, so they'll burn off the small amounts. So that's kind of what I found in doing my research for these battery packs. On the application, I didn't see what specific brand or battery packs they were going to go with. In my experience here the last few months, a lot of these big energy projects are using the big self-contained Tesla systems, which do have a lot of fail safes in them. Some of the stuff that I've heard was the company representatives are telling our residents that they've adopted the let it burn stance, and there's a lot of misconception when you hear that, and I think that's when you tell our residents that's very concerning, and I can reassure you that we're still going to respond. We'll still be there on the initial 911. The truth is, by the time that we get out there, depending on the road conditions and what trucks we have to take, the event is mostly going to be over with as far as the battery pack itself and that. What we're going to be worried about is obviously the spread, the wildfire side of it. And that's a huge concern for that area out there. That is a known area that's prone for wildland fires, both man-made and lightning caused. So there's definitely some residential concern there, and I think having the company reassure that the roads that they're going to put in are going to be decent roads. They'll act as fire breaks. I think that's important, and the mitigation, the wildland mitigation within the property boundaries. Are they going to mow the grass and stuff around each of the panels? I think that's important. And that kind of stuff. Is the wire going to be buried? The transmission lines. How is the power going to go from the panels to the energy storage systems and then onto the grid? I think some of those questions are what hasn't been answered for our residents yet, and I think those are important. So, other than that, the buildings that are going to be out there, the site itself, honestly, is from my standpoint, is fairly safe. There's not a lot of other impacts that are going to happen, obviously, with the panels being in a solar array. If we do have a wildland fire around them, we're going to have to work around those panels and adjust our tactics there, just like we would anywhere else. But the batteries, I believe, are the most, the fires from the battery. You hear the thermal runaway is the scary thing with lithium batteries. And then obviously the pollutants and stuff afterwards. And, the suppression agents that we use, the amount of water that we're going to have to put on the ground, what's the mediation efforts for that type of stuff. So I think with the company, if they could answer those questions for our residents, I think they'd be a little bit more apt to accept the project. But at this time, I'll stand for any specific questions that anybody would have.
Questions for Chief Oliver? Yes, Sabrina.
Mr. Oliver, how big of a project is this fire-wise compared to anything else in the county?
Sure, it's a decent sized project. 2,000 acres is a fairly large project. The hearing I just attended down in Converse County, very similar application, and that project's just over 4,000 acres, and they're anticipating quite the impact from that project. So I would imagine that we're going to see a lot of that same project or that same impacts from those projects here. It's 2,000 acres. full of solar panels, it could be quite difficult for if we have an event inside the perimeter and we're trying to get our trucks around the panels and through the array and stuff. But that's one of those things you just have to manage when it happens. So the potential is there, but overall the systems are fairly safe anymore. So is that what you're asking?
Follow-up
Sure.
question? Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as Natrona County and all of our fire departments working together, how confident are you that if this were struck by lightning, that you guys could get this out? And how far would it spread? Let's say we got 20 miles an hour winds.
Sure. Yeah, we're definitely, the distance from town, from our stations, and the type of wildland fuels that we have out there, the light flashy fuels, the sagebrush. If an event gets established out there, we're definitely not going to keep it on the property. We're going to be chasing it. And it will definitely 100%, no doubt, be a multi-agency response. It'll probably take most of the agencies, at least a truck, from most of the agencies, if not all, to go out there and with water tender, shuttling water, and the brush trucks and personnel, it's going to be a big response. So that in turn, that would be taxing if we do have an event like that out there.
Mr. Oliver, if you had to fight a battery fire, do you have the equipment to do that?
Direct answer, sir, is no. We do not. So the amount of water that it takes to cool lithium batteries off is pretty astronomical. It has come down a couple of years ago. They were saying, it's millions of gallons, and even to a point of a couple of days. Now they have adjusted that with some of the other features they have, but it's still it's what we call it would probably be a prolonged response. So instead of being able to go out there and put the fire out and come home within a reasonable amount of time, we're probably going to be out there for a few hours, if not a day or so, waiting for that thermal runaway and that heat release energy to be gone enough to where we could manage it with the water that we have on scene. So.
Then I have another question just about protocols around fighting a fire in and around solar panels. I keep hearing about all the trace mineral or trace contaminants in these solar panels. If you had to fight a fire around these things and you had to break a bunch of them, what kind of contamination would be looking at, especially in an area like this, which is sitting on, a wetland and presumably you're going to have downstream impacts. Are there any protocols out there to fight fires around something like this, where not only you're going to have a fire, but you could have long-lasting impacts to the soils and to the surface water and also the groundwater?
Yeah, sure. And that's a great question. Yeah. So there would, not only with the products being, released from the batteries and being on the ground, the one thing that is negative about fire operations is the amount of water we use. So the amount of suppression water we use is going to push that product deeper into the ground a lot faster. We're going to put a lot of water on the ground in a short amount of time, which is going to have contaminated runoff. So at that point, we're looking at activating the regional response team, which is we're Region 2 for the state's hazardous materials teams. We would at least have one of their representatives come out and consult with us about what would need to be done, what the best practices would be. But any fire that would, to that extent, involving lithium batteries is going to involve us, the emergency managers, the state DEQ. It's going to involve a lot of abbreviated agencies to come and respond, and at least for consultation.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Oliver, question. Last month we talked about it. We talked about access for firefighting. Have you had a chance to look at the site plan and determine if for firefighting is adequate access being provided? There was comment made in some of the comments against the project that people might get caught because there was not enough access, I guess, to 2026 from back to the I guess, the south of, Natrona Road and back in there, folks that might live nearby. Or is the fire department satisfied that enough road access is provided to address a wildfire if that should happen?
So that's actually one of the things I would like to meet with the company with. I know Mr. Hagler was able to meet with the company and address some concerns over the bridge and that kind of thing. That's a real concern for us. That road being a gravel road and pretty much a lane and a half basically wide. If we ever got an event to where we were evacuating several residents out of that area while trying to get firefighting vehicles in, it would get a little tight. We would definitely require law enforcement for some traffic control and probably the DOT. As far as the roads that are going to the site, I have only seen some preliminary drawings. So I have not seen a final road design plan. To see if there's a good access road that, all the way around the property that would act as a good fire break. I think that would be important. So to answer you directly, I have not seen the actual good site plan with the roads on it yet.
Okay, all right. Okay, anything else for Chief Oliver? Thank you.
Evening, and I guess any questions you may have, I can go ahead and address those.
I just have a question just about the bridge. I don't feel like it's ever been addressed. I don't remember exactly what we discussed in the last meeting in terms of what's going to happen with the bridge. Is there a way around that bridge? I think there's another parallel road to the side of it. Is that what's being kind of put forth? That's going to be the main access point to go around that bridge?
That is my understanding from Mr. Hagler's comments and the actual site plan.
And
that
YDOT doesn't see an issue or anything with that, or?
No, what they see, what YDOT sees is an issue is the large increase in left turning motions. So
I was just curious because that email didn't mention anything about the bridge, so I guess that's a settled
that-
issue in their mind.
YDOT does the evaluation of those bridges,
Okay.
but Mike Hagler, our road and bridge superintendent, is the one that kind of enforces how that goes. And I know he has had conversation with them.
Okay.
Other questions? Sabrina?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know there was a glare report. I don't know if that's what it's called, but a solar glare report in there, but I didn't see any comments from the airport. Has Glenn been contacted or anybody at the airport been contacted or had this reviewed?
I'm trying to think if he has. It's required. Well, yes. There's a passage within there that talks about contacting the airport and the flight plans and so on. And that glare report basically shows no glare. But the reason for that is this is the flat paneled solar farm. These sit on a, excuse me, I'm covering up the microphone. These sit on a pedestal between 20 and 60 degrees and follow the sun. So it's not that's how they control the glare and how they, keep out of, I guess you'd say, aviation's way. So, but there is a passage that they were talked to within that, and that is also, again, a portion of the industrial siting.
Chad, you have none?
All right, Sean, this is my last question.
No problem.
And it involves decommissioning of the project. So in the zoning resolution, under decommissioning for solar projects, it states that solar systems that have not been in active or continuous service for a period of a year shall be removed at the owner operator's expense. I did not see that in the application. I don't know if that was an oversight or maybe I'm misreading the zoning resolution, but I'm just curious if you have a thought on that.
I don't believe I saw that in the application either.
Okay.
The gentleman that was here last time did speak to his decommissioning on how they would decommission a project. And I cannot remember if he hit that point exactly or not.
I think we'll ask him when he gets up here.
Okay.
But yeah, I think I just want to make sure I'm reading that right, that that is one of the conditions in the
Yeah.
zoning resolution.
They did, to keep just an idle farm not doing anything, just from sitting around, yes, so.
Thank you. Sean, question, and it has to do with the industrial siding permit application. So a lot of what I read in the comments that have been made opposed to the project have to do with, health and safety, fire, but wildlife impacts and detrimental impacts in the case of leakage and things like that. With the industrial permit, does that cover everything having to do with environmental issues? So I'm assuming through the industrial permit application, you're going to have DEQ involved with addressing anything that might have to do with contamination. Also, anything having to do with environmental impacts, sage grouse, elk, deer.
Yes, one moment. Actually came a little prepared for that question. The Industrial Siting Act is outlined in Title 35 of the Wyoming State Statutes, Chapter 12 of that title. Here are some of the, this is a quite a lengthy chapter, but some of the things that they talk about under the evaluation of the potential impacts is scenic resources, recreational resources, archaeological and historical resources, land use patterns, economic base, housing, transportation, sewer and water facilities, solid waste facilities, police and fire facilities, educational facilities, health and hospital facilities, water supply, other relevant areas, agriculture, terrestrial and aquatic wildlife, threatened and endangered, rare species, and other species of concern identified in the State Wildlife Action Plan as prepared by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. And then it goes into some costs and things like that. But yes, the ESA is a very extensive document.
Could you explain how that would work with what we have here tonight, and assuming it's going, one way or another, it's going to the county commissioners here in the next month or so, I guess? December, is that when that would, December 3rd, did I read?
December 3rd.
Okay. So whatever happens here tonight, whatever happens with, it would have to be a due pass deal from the county commissioners. But if so approved, how does that fit then with the state is going to have to be satisfied with that issuing that permit, that everything's going to have to be studied in quite a bit of detail, correct?
That is correct. My understanding, Mr. Holbrook, can correct me if I'm wrong, both entities have to be satisfied with this. So in other words, if the county commissioners passed it, the state could still kill it, or vice versa. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Holbrook, we're going to need your guidance here a bit. Are we going to open again for a public hearing, or where should we go from here?
Mr. Chair, from here, I would suggest we give the applicant an opportunity, come back up and kind of run this just like we are hearing this for the first time.
Okay.
Given the amount of comment and some of the feedback we had from the last meeting, I think opening it back up would be the appropriate way to go.
Okay. All right. So with that, would the applicant please come forward and give us an update, please? And last time we had someone on the phone. I assume we don't have that tonight.
No, Mr. Chair, they're actually all here in person today.
Oh, great. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening to you too. My name is Dale Harris. My address is 425 Fry Street, Denton, Texas. And I first want to start off with thanking you guys for taking the time to hear this project. I appreciate it, Brian, for you showing up and providing your comments. And we heard the comments from YDOT. We are going to be happy to incorporate those. And just to keep this short and sweet, I'll dive right into the project specifics. I think we've got a presentation that we'd like to provide to y'all or go through. Based off of our last hearing and our continued efforts to have community outreach, we have boiled down the concerns to 4 major issues, which many of those issues were just addressed, but I would like to provide some follow-up responses to those addresses. So we'll skip through project location and layout. You guys already did a great job illustrating that. These are going to be the 4 major issues that we've heard from the community that we would like to discuss in detail. It's going to be the fire safety, traffic and access, visual, as well as water and environmental impact. Go to the next slide here. You'll see that fire safety, we have submitted our emergency management plan to Brian Oliver, as well as the Emergency Management Department in Natrona County. We did receive comments from, and Brian, I do apologize, we were not able to meet last week. Sounds like you were taking care of a chemical fire. But those comments that we received, we have already incorporated into our emergency management plan, which was to add water cans throughout the project to handle some of the small grass fires. We will also continue to work with with Brian and any other agencies interested in working with us to develop our wildfire mitigation plan. Now, moving on to the traffic and access. I know last hearing we had, this was a very big concern, and I don't think we were able to clarify that we will be utilizing a bypass on Natrona County Road. That is going to be owned by our property owner, Mr. Kiltz. This is rated for heavy equipment, currently being utilized by, I believe, a mine off of the Natrona County Road. That bypass has been confirmed by Mike Hagler that it will be sufficient for heavy equipment. We had not received YDOT's recommendations until just now, but we are going to be happy to incorporate those recommendations. We will add the permanent turning lane that they have recommended, and any additional recommendations to manage traffic and access to the property, we will be happy to incorporate.
Can you explain what's going on there?
Take a
What's the offset there to the west?
offset to the west.
The
Which one are we
Oh.
talking?
okay.
That's going to be a zoomed in view of the bypass, and then the access off of Natrona County Road, which we will need to have a permit for. That is going to be a little over 1.5 miles, I believe, down the road. We have also incorporated the recommendations that Mike Hagler gave us for maintenance on the road. We will add in the magnesium chloride to the water solution as part of our dust control, and as needed basis, add any additional gravel. Moving on to the next slide. So this is going to be a photo of the bypass, just to show you guys that the photo on the left there, you can see has a dotted line going through the bypass that we'll be utilizing. To the right is going to be the county bridge, which is not rated for heavy equipment and has been washed out many times. So moving on to the next slide here. Talking about visual impact. We have done a view shed analysis and a visual simulation. We've done 10 different simulated vantage points. We had provided these vantage points to the county to see if you guys wanted to recommend any additional vantage points. Those KOPs or vantage points were approved by the county before we simulated the project. Part of the reason we have picked this location is how rural it is and set back from different community members. If you see there, we've only been able to cite about 5 residents within 1 mile of the site. Now, there are, quite a few additional residents that are going to be down Natrona County Road in the neighborhood. And there is going to be a haystack ridge, hence the name of the project, that is going to be in between our development and that neighborhood, which drastically reduces the visual impact. There's going to be two vantage points that we have cited here that we wanted to highlight as they are, the views that you would see when driving by the project. So there's going to be one vantage point, which is going to be in the yellow triangle on that map on the highway there. That will be on the next slide, as well as the yellow triangle that is on the Natrona County Road. While there are 10 vantage points you guys are welcome to see in the application, we just wanted to illustrate these two vantage points. So moving on to the next slide here. This is going to be from the highway. It's about a 1.6 mile distance where you could possibly see the site from. And our previous visual simulations in our applications use the color of the panels in that simulation, which is very difficult to actually see the project whenever you have it the color of the panels, because it looks like water from a distance. So I actually had our team highlight this in a magenta to make it very clear what is going to be the possible view. And that is based off of the max tilt of the panels, which we simulated 11 feet. It's really going to be closer to around 9 to 10 feet. And that is not going to even, be at max tilt, or the site's not going to be at max tilt very often throughout the day. Now moving on to the next slide will be the vantage point from Natrona County Road. The majority of the road, you will not be able to see the site at all due to the topography, but there is a section of the road before you get to the neighborhood and before the Haystack Ridge. This is going to be that section of the road. Now moving on to our water and environmental considerations. This was definitely a big concern of community members, and there has been valid reasons to have these concerns based off of previous solar facility designs. We do not use cadmium telluride in our panels at all. That is considered a hazardous material that can leak. We are, working to make sure that this facility is built in the safest way possible, as well as preventing any sort of major impact to the environment. That's why we have done 2 years of biological assessment surveys, and we have been working with Wyoming Game and Fish, as well as U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We're avoiding all wetlands on the site, and we are not going to have any sort of leaking of hazardous chemicals into the water table. We are going to be incorporating migration corridors into the site per the recommendations of Wyoming Game and Fish. There will be a total of 3 migration corridors. We have 2 of them currently in our design, and we are working with them to mitigate the potential environmental impact. And we've cited a few papers here that provide you guys the content of the solar panels and how there are no hazardous materials that are predominantly used in these panels. I think we are good on there. Now, just to end with some highlights on the project. The part of the reason we picked this location is due to the RAM zoning, and that it is considered to be a 509 permit by right. The proposed facility is going to be 199 megawatts AC with a 100 megawatt hour battery. This facility can potentially power up to 40,000 homes. That's with a production of 40,000 megawatts per year, megawatt hours. The project is going to have substantial economic benefits. Throughout the lifetime of this project, we are estimating it is going to be about $40 million in additional tax revenue. Now, moving on to one of the more important, benefits, which is the economic benefit. We dedicated a whole slide to it to provide you guys details of the socioeconomic analysis that we submitted. We are showing that the project is going to have $45 million worth of additional property taxes. Right now, the property is agriculturally exempt and pays about $1,800 a year in taxes. That is going to massively increase. During the construction period, there is going to be an increase in lodging for the workers there. There's also going to be an increase in sales taxes due to the spend of the construction workers. And this really illustrates that there is going to be massive economic benefits to the project. Those are the major points I wanted to highlight today. So if you guys have any questions, be happy to address them. And I actually think before I address y'all's questions, I would like to address Brian Oliver's on the cabling. You were asking about the cabling coming from the panels and how they are going to be located, or where they're going to be located on the site. We are not going to be doing any trenching underneath of the panels themselves. We are just going to be installing the panels to have the least amount of disturbance to the property, and then the cables will actually be run underneath of the panels themselves. And the detailed deck that we provided to you guys, there's a photo of a operational solar facility that shows how these cables hang directly below the panels themselves. The only trenching that we will do for cabling is going to be underneath of the wetlands. And this is to avoid any sort of impact, as well as mitigate our visual impact, because we could have the cables run above the wetlands, but we know from a visual standpoint that is not as appealing as it is for us to trench underneath of the wetlands. And I believe I addressed all the questions.
Questions from Mr. Harris? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Harris, for being here again tonight. I do have several questions, so I'll kind of sprinkle them in here. But one of the first things I have is a decommissioning process that was in that I know you addressed the last meeting. I wasn't able to attend, but I did watch the video, so I'm up to speed on this. But you have an estimate of reclamation for $14 million. One, is that today's figure, or is that 25 to 30 years from now? And I know you stated that insurance pays for this, but how are you sure that you're going to be insured for this 25 to 30 years from now?
So we are meeting the bonding requirements of the industrial siding division to make sure that we are able to reclaim the property back to its original state, if not better condition. Those requirements have been set based off of the research the industrial siding division has performed.
Yeah, you'll follow up. So is that 14 million today's numbers, or is that 25 years from now numbers?
So
Reclamation.
I would have to refer to our consultant to see if that is today's numbers, but I know that it is to meet the industrial siding division requirements, which I'm sure you guys are aware is very lengthy. This is part of the reason our application is 533 pages long right now, is because this is in preparation to meet all of those requirements. I'd be happy to confirm that for you, though.
I just had a follow-up to your question, and that is, can you just describe what the bonding requirements are for the Industrial Siding Council? You don't have to give me details. I mean, I try to look, before we came in today, I kind of ran out of time, but is that something you can speak to? Because they do seem sort of minimal compared to what we're talking about here.
I personally cannot speak to that, but I do have some individuals here who would be happy to speak to that. We've got a Jacobs, who's one of our entitlement consultants. We also have brought our local counsel here who is very familiar with the industrial siding process, and I'm sure he would be happy to address that question for you.
Go ahead. Thanks, Sabrina.
So I got a question. Just so we understand who's doing what here. So Jacobs, I'm assuming Jacobs prepared the majority of the 533-page report.
In coordination with us, we've hired quite a few other consultants that have provided surveys and studies that have been incorporated into that application.
Okay, so your firm specifically, is your way of doing business getting these things permitted and then you go away? And if so, how many of these facilities do you have around the country or world?
So our business model, which is Infinity Global's business model, we are the long-term owner and operator of this project. We not only develop them, but we own and operate. So it's important for us to build good long-term community relationships. We sometimes, based off of bandwidth, will hire entitlement consultants that are going to be more familiar with the regulatory environment to assist us throughout the permitting process. And does that answer your question?
So how many facilities do you have in the country or in the world? How long have they been operating? What kind of background do you bring there?
So right now in the U.S., we have 27 projects within the development pipeline. We have a multitude of projects operational, which is approximately over 400 megawatts. Globally, we have, going back to the 27 projects that we currently have, that's about 15 gigawatts in our portfolio. Globally, we have about 26.8 gigawatts. With over a gigawatt operational and over a gigawatt in construction currently.
Okay, so
We are-
where are examples of where you have a similar operation in the United States?
So we have operations in over a dozen states. We've got projects in Colorado, Utah, Oregon, Alabama, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, just to name a few. And then globally, we have operational assets in Italy and working on operational assets in India as well as Japan.
Do you have any interest in the proposed facility in Converse County?
No, sir, we do not.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Sabrina?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last time you were here, you stated and you kind of alluded to you wanted to build community relations. First, I want to know, what does that mean to you? Does that mean you're going to be a sponsor of different events in our community? Are you going to be a chamber member? What does that mean? What does that look like?
So community relationships to us is being upfront and open to work with all local agencies as well as community members who are concerned about the impact. To be able to educate them about our project, inform them of what our purpose is as a company, and make sure that we are coordinating with people upfront and have proper plans in place, God forbid, any sort of natural disaster.
Skip, are you satisfied with that, or more questions, or what?
I'm not satisfied with the answer, but if that's the answer, then
Oh,
I want to know more about what you're going to do with the in the community, because you have residents here right now that don't want to look at you. I mean, to be honest, because they're not happy about this project. So if you're here and your, facility is up and running, how are you going to make amends with them? Because they don't like you. They don't want you here. They don't want your facility here. How are you going to say, hey, we are good stewards of this project. We want to support your community. We want to be here. We didn't just throw this solar farm in here and then see you later. We don't have to look at it. You guys have to look at it.
So I'm glad you asked that question. It is a great question, and part of my job is figuring out what the pain points are in the community and seeing how we can benefit them. Whether that may be sometimes sponsoring events, but that's not always the best way to assist the community. This is not something at all that is in writing or official, but I'm going to be happy to discuss this with the Board of Commissioners to see how we can address the bridge. I've heard this come up multiple times, that the bridge has been washed out, preventing people from accessing the neighborhood, and that the county and YDOT has been very delayed on improving that bridge for long-term use. We are going to look at what we can do to actually improve that bridge quicker and for long-term use. Hopefully, being able to provide a positive impact to the community.
One follow-up.
Sure.
So you're open to additional relations in the future, and depending on what that looks like and whatever, residents come to you and say, hey, can you do this or that? You're open to communication with that and conversations?
That's exactly right. and it will be something that I discuss with the board.
Sure.
So, Mr. Harris, you mentioned in the presentation that you were pretty confident there would be no leaking of any hazardous materials from these panels. How can you be so sure? Screen.
I'm sure you can hear me. Is that better? No? Can everybody hear me? All right. No problem. So it's the way in which panels are currently manufactured provides me the confidence to say that there's going to be no leaking of hazardous materials. Now the batteries themselves, as you guys are probably aware, lithium-ion batteries have a liquid electrolyte, but what Brian Oliver was discussing earlier is the manufacturing methodology behind these battery systems has improved dramatically, and they are in self-contained systems that are meant to prevent any of the leaking from happening. So with the way in which facilities are currently designed, that's what provides me the confidence.
Ask follow up here. So you, if I remember right from our discussion last meeting, that you're not sure what panels you're going to use. Is that correct?
Yes, but they will not have cadmium telluride in them.
Okay.
They will most definitely be crystalline silicon panels.
But there are other things in those panels, or I'm not up to speed on the latest technology around solar panels. But so there's nothing else in those panels. So if there's a fire out there and the fire department responded and they ended up crushing a bunch of panels and you had the stuff coming off the batteries and you had the panels getting ground into the soil and you had water going everywhere, you don't see a potential issue there at all, at least from the panels.
So if we could go back a couple of slides here, we'll provide you the composition of current solar panels. And with a proper emergency management plan in place, we will be able to prevent any sort of crushing of panels or major damage that's going to end up contaminating the water. Let's see. No, that water, environment and water. Scroll a couple down. No, not up, down. Down. One more, maybe two more. Three more, actually. Going right there. All right. So the panel technology line underneath of hazardous materials. The typical panels are made of 76% glass, 10% plastic polymers, 8% aluminum, 5% silicon, 1% copper, and less than 0.1% silver and other materials. So as you can see, based off the composition of it, plastic I could see as being a concern, but that's part of what helps keep the panels together. So if there was a panel that was crushed, that the polymer that it is sandwiched between is meant to contain any of the glass particulates.
Okay.
And there's also a paper there that's cited that I believe it was North Carolina State did a research, published a research paper on solar facilities, how they were previously designed, how they're currently designed, and how they prevent any sort of leakage into the water table.
Okay. Thank you.
One more question for you, Mr. Harris, or for me.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that I heard loud and clear from our last meeting was, here we are in Wyoming, and there are power demands to be met somewhere, and I heard California mentioned more than once last time. And so why do we here in Wyoming get stuck with providing power for California when we get to look at panels, and you did show where they, not as obvious as one might think, but nonetheless, we're still stuck with looking at them, and people in California are benefiting, large way from the project. So how do you reconcile that?
So I came a little better prepared for this question. Pacific Corp is going to be the most likely buyer of this electricity, unless we are going to go the corporate offtake route. This electricity is going to flow to the next local substation, which one of those is going to be here in Casper. This additional energy generation within your state can be and will be directly utilized by community members or businesses within the state. The way in which power is injected into transmission lines, and the fact that the efficiency decreases based off of the distance in which it's transmitted makes it more efficient and economically beneficial to Pacific Corp to utilize the power locally.
So specifically, is Pacific Corp, are they promoting this project? Are they saying we have a need for power, Pacific Corp? Do we have a need for power, and we're looking for folks such as Infinity to provide it with renewable energy systems?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
We still have to submit and go through a bid process for our project to be selected. So we have to be, competitive and commercially viable for them to select us as a partner. But they have put out integrated resource plans that illustrate the energy demand that they expect over the next 20, 30 years and what type of energy they are requesting for, which is one of the reasons we have cited this property.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything
sir.
else for Mr. Harris? Sabrina?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In doing a little bit of research on solar panels, you expect this to last 25 to 30 years, yet in the last 10 to 15 years, technology changes rapidly. So it doesn't seem like these panels are going to last that year. About 10 years is about the life expectancy, and then new technology comes out, and those have to be disposed of because the new panels end up having such greater capacity and better energy that these panels have to go. So how are you going to dispose of them, and what is your response, I guess, to that?
So the lifespan of these facilities has increased dramatically over the past decade because the efficiency, the durability, longevity of these panels has just become better. Whenever I first started in the industry, it took about 7 acres per megawatt. The efficiency has increased to where it's about 5 acres per megawatt. But the panels are going to be useful or warranted to be useful for up to 40 years. And then they would degrade to around 80-85% of their initial production. That is not a asset in which we are going to want to replace by any means. It would be extremely expensive for us to come and replace all of the panels. So while the technology does continue to increase, it won't make the current project we're proposing not adequate anymore.
So also in disposing of the panels, how do you do that? Because we have a landfill right now that's got wind turbine blades in it. So how do you dispose of those? Do you recycle them, or what's the process of that?
So one of the major benefits to solar panels over wind turbines is the materials that are used in the panel are considered very valuable. There's a lot of steel that's out there. The silicon is also very valuable. This is what has promoted a very large effort and good recycling sector. There, at the last conference I was at, there was 3 different major players in recycling of these panels, and I'm sure they are going to increase as more of these facilities are decommissioned.
Sure.
One more, I believe. Do you have a state of Wyoming business license?
Do I have a state of Wyoming business
Your
license?
company have a state of Wyoming business license?
I would have to double check on that.
Well, you didn't have one last I checked last week.
Well, I would have to, refer to our council on that. It's above my pay grade.
It's a quick Google search, just saying.
Anything else for Mr. Harris? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
And we will give you a chance to come back up after we have the continuation of our public hearing and let you provide some rebuttal. So. All right, so the way I understand it, Jared, is that we'd move into another public hearing or a continuation of our public hearing at this time?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right, so this is to open the public hearing for consideration of Natrona County Planning Case SF 24-01, and again, that's just the Haystack Solar. By the way, that's the only thing we have on the agenda tonight, so. With the public hearing now being open, I'd like to invite all those who would like to speak in favor of the application to please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sheila Kiltz. My address is 1675 Sussex Road in Casey, Wyoming. I am a landowner in this project. I stand before you to speak in favor and in front of all the community members as well. This is a huge project that will definitely bring revenue to Natrona County. We are a huge energy industry state, and we're not here to say we're against any of the other energy industries. We support oil and gas, we support coal, we support all of those things. This is an additional benefit, an additional source of energy for the state, for the community. You asked what the company plans to do for the community. I know what you were getting at insofar as, are you going to fund the chili cook-off, or are you going to donate to whatever is going on in the community? And while I think that is important, I think it's more important that they are involved in making this project work and keeping the community safe. And I firmly believe that this company is very interested in doing that. Another thing is, I believe that as a landowner, I should be able to do with my property what I want to do with my property, as long as it's not harming any of my neighbors. There's a landowner here that is strongly against this project. She came to you a few years ago and wanted to build a dump on her property. Was I in favor of that? Absolutely not. Did that help the value of my property? Absolutely not. But it's her property. She can do with her property what she chooses to do, as long as it's not harming me. I think that's fair to say. While I understand all the community members' issues, questions, concerns, I have those too. I still own parts of this property. I don't want damage to my property either. These people have assured us they are going to take every measure they can to keep everybody safe and help us add to the power grid. I don't think that's a bad thing. So I stand here to say I do support this. I understand the community concerns, and I can only leave it to Infinity to address those, but they have assured me, to my satisfaction, that they are 100% going to be involved with the community and keeping the community safe. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Kiltz? I have one.
Sure,
So I think I read somewhere that you ran cattle
we do,
on
yes.
this property.
Mhm.
Is it your intention to continue to do that if and when, or if this proposal is approved?
If Infinity were to come to us and ask us to continue to run livestock there, we would absolutely be open to that idea, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All those in favor of the application, would you please come forward?
Good evening.
Hello.
My name is Chris Cashmitter. I'm at 4810 East 19th Street here in Casper. I'm in favor of this project. I think it will bring a lot of benefit and value to the company without having as much impact as I think some of the comments that we may hear tonight are making it out to seem like it would. I spend a lot of time doing outdoors stuff in Natrona County. I hike the bridle trail 50 to 100 times a year. I ski at Hogadon 30 plus times a year. I own property on Casper Mountain. And I think that the impacts to the environment, which is important to me, that this project would have is less than some of the other things that we've done and are doing in Natrona County at this time. I think that the benefit that this project would have greatly outweighs the negative effects that it would have. So that's all I have, and I just want to reiterate that I am in favor of this project.
Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Cashmere.
Yep.
A lot of folks out there in the audience are going to be, I'm assuming, coming up to the podium. If you guys have any questions for the folks that come up to just jump in, please. Don't have to. I'm not going to ask you every time, I guess is the point. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in favor of the application, would you please come forward? In favor? Come on. Hello.
Good evening. I'm Ryan Winnock with Jacobs. I joined over the phone previously, so thanks for having me. I'm here in support of the project. So Jacobs were the consultants that prepared the application for this project. What I've seen from this applicant is some very, very good due diligence on the early stage of development for this project. They've been very committed to safety, very committed to analyzing this project very in depth. And our team has done a lot of that analysis. They've been very forthcoming with details of the project. We tried to put in our application as many details as we possibly could to try and address the regulations. And then also, after our application was put in, we have seen this applicant be very active with agencies and very active with the community as well. And I feel that they will continue to be in active communications with the community and with the agencies to make sure that all issues are addressed. Got a couple more responses to some of your previous questions, but we can save that for after all of the folks in favor or against the project. So we'll be happy to answer questions now, I guess, if you would like, or we can answer them later on.
Is this your first time working with Infinity?
Personally, yes, this is my first time working with
The
Infinity.
Jacobs has worked with them previously.
To my knowledge, I'm not sure if we've worked with Infinity previously. We're both very large companies, as you can imagine. So I couldn't comment on if we have or have not.
Have you worked on other solar facility projects?
Yes.
Okay. And this compares how to those other projects?
Comparable. We've worked on other solar projects in the state of Wyoming previously.
And again, this is in your regards, this is you've had a favorable interaction with it. I don't want to pull words out of you, but you've had a good interaction with it.
Yeah. I think that they're doing all of the analyses that are required. I think that they're committed to going through all of the planning and permitting processes. This is not the end of the road for them. We're right in the middle of coordinating with many different agencies. As you know, Industrial Siting Act would come next for this project, and that's a very thorough vetting by DEQ, and they're committed to working hand in hand with DEQ, Game and Fish, all the other state agencies, and the local community and local agencies to make sure that what is put into this project is exactly what folks are looking for. Renewable energy is just one contribution to an all of the above approach to providing energy for not just this community but the broader region. And I think that they're just one piece of that contribution. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Winnup.
Yeah.
So if I forget, Mr. Winnup, when we're doing rebuttal time with Mr. Harris, would you please not let me forget that you have some things you want to share with us? Okay. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in favor of the application, would you please come forward? Speaking in favor? All right. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to the solar farm proposal, would you please come forward? Speaking in opposition.
Good evening, Mr.
Hello.
Chairman.
Hi.
Members of this board. Do you guys have that presentation available?
The 500-page one?
No, it was a presentation that was approved. Is that correct, sir?
Shelby's pulling it up.
Thank you. Mrs. Kemper, I'd like to thank you for your looking at the Secretary of State's office for a business license. I didn't see that either. You guys will receive some testimony also from Mr. Birch, and that 533-page document seems to be lacking, so maybe some clarity as to whether some of that information was missing from the application or whether that was not publicly available. I don't know which. We can get to that. Can you guys kind of read along? I don't want to take up a whole bunch of your time, just kind of skim through this. Is that all right with you?
Is this the same document we had in our email here a week or so ago? Okay, I've read through it.
So you're okay with kind of skimming? Is that okay?
You guys have looked?
Yeah, I've looked at it too.
Okay.
All right. So when you hear the word solar farm, it gives a warm, fuzzy feeling of saving the planet for future generations. And there's a lot of people here that don't feel that that's the case, and there's a lot of questions. So that snow fence, I think this is important because that snow fence in the background kind of would represent what we would see from the highway. It's approximately the same height and the same distance. Solar power plants can cause significant habitat degradation and displacement. On a industrial scale, you need a vast amount of land, which we know, 2,000 acres plus. Building solar farms means displacing large numbers of animals, and in these so-called, you already addressed that. You addressed that, you know, we're taking this on for California's needs. So we could go to the next one. Oh, but there is, you know, 1,000 people in the Pines area out there that were not mentioned in this document. And I think these people are going to address that with you, that there's more people out there than what's being downplayed. There's a lot of diverse wildlife, and these people are very concerned about that. I understand that the game and fish, although they don't want to speak, I don't understand that, but they have questions and concerns about that on this being winter habitat and a migration corridor. So again, 2,010 acres, 3 sections to put that in perspective. And there, that is the map off of the Game and Fish website, that it is just depicting their winter grazing and area for these animals. So I don't know. I know we can argue both sides that, you know, animals live inside the city, they make do, but there's these people that they don't want their critters being pushed out. We could go to the next one. Large-scale solar farms, they have been proven to be deadly for birds. It's said that, I don't know if it's supposed to be funny or what, but that they're referring to them as streamers when birds catch on fire, which has been documented. And that the solar panels themselves seem to appear to as waterways to some of these animals and migratory birds, and they want to land there. So I know that a lot of these people, I don't want to take up much of your time, but there's people that are going to talk about their concerns toward the wildlife. So next one. An issue that I see out there, and I think I touched on it last time, is that this is a riparian area. It is a drainage system, and it is running to Goldeneye. Now, I find this interesting to get away from this because the Bureau of Reclamation actually out in the western area, out by the airport and everything, the Kendrick project for irrigation, the Bureau of Rec actually made recommendations against irrigating that land out there because of selenium, which is a heavy metal, if you don't know, and the problem with that running into the Platte River. So there's CRPs, there's different resources that are available to farmers and ranchers out there to try to mitigate that. And so if that's a problem and we're trying to do things to keep selenium out of the waterway, then why would we want to risk this? So next one. And I'm sure you guys know that the waterway, it does come out there where that walking bridge there is in Mills, so it's just up from the tank pump house. That's where ultimately Casper Creek discharges into the Platte River. There's going to be a question with the expense with weed and pest, because anytime you kill the ground, the first thing is a cover crop of weeds. So if the county, I'd like to say that I believe in private property rights, but zoning should be limited to that which creates a financial burden on the people. And if we're having to pay weed and pest and cleanup and all these things, and that's what's putting a burden onto our individual rights, there's where we have a problem. That's where you guys come in and have an obligation to look out for the residents. So we know that the ground is going to be stripped to try to mitigate the fire, but when the weeds move in, then that presents another issue. And then weeds also do act as a filtration system, so any contamination can leach into the ground even faster. You could go to the next one. Photovoltaic heat island. It's been shown that these things increase the temperature around the surrounding area by up to 5 to 7 degrees. So, yeah. There's a slide we can talk about on that with the wind. You could go to the next one. So, we all, I'm sure, remember the landfill fire and how fast that got out of hand. And 6 years later, people were still trying to deal with that legally. To me, that's a concern. Also, if something like that is established in that area, with the limited, it's not that there is no population, because there's 1,000 residents out there, and it's been subdivided into 40-acre tracts, so we can expect more residents in the area in the near future. But if we have a westward expansion toward Shoshone, because what starts grows. I worked in the oil field, and I worked out at Lost Cabin, and we do have Mr. Frost and Mrs. Frost here this evening, and maybe they will talk to you a little bit about what that is out there and how hazard that is in the Lysite Lost Cabin area, and if there was ever a fire, how catastrophic that could become in a hurry. So I don't know that we need to articulate a whole lot on what happened with Coal Creek. We know what a mess that was and what a nightmare that was. So it could easily happen again. You could go to the next one. 6 years later, people were still looking for.
So let's try to have one speaker at a time, please.
I think we can all agree that reparations were not made with that fire. So I'd like to see that something like that doesn't happen again. You can go to the next slide. Solar plants, they put off electromagnetic radiation, which may reduce life expectancy. This radiation doesn't come from the panels themselves, but rather the industrial equipment used to store the energy, and the panels producing otherwise known as lithium batteries. Some people do suffer from electromagnetic hypersensitivity, which may lead to other health problems ranging from mild to severe, and that is according to the World Health Organization. And I do believe you guys received all the backup material from this of where this was, so it's credible. Radiation sickness to high doses of radiation, and it can be from mild to severe. I think that's about all there. Still a continuation on of that is a severe issue, concern. And some of the mild symptoms are just nausea and vomiting, diarrhea, headache, fever, dizziness, disorientation, weakness and fatigue, hair loss, bloody vomit and stools, internal bleeding, infections, low blood pressure. This is not something I would want to deal with on a daily basis. I don't know about any of you. I think we can go to the next slide. Radiation can impact the immune systems in a number of ways. Low doses of radiation, like I said, it can be mild to very symptomatic. Bone marrow exposure to radiation can impact your blood cells and the immune system. And chemotherapy, if radiation therapy is combined with chemotherapy, the risk of immunosuppression increases. Cell death, radiation can cause cell death through autopsis and necrosis. The ultraviolet radiation can suppress the immune system, primarily impacting the skin's ability to defend against foreign invaders like infections and cancers. A lot of these people out there are on the elderly side, and there's one child out there that's got problems enough and probably doesn't need any additional problems with our help. Go to the next one. Okay, the power lines out on Robertson Road. I don't know if you gentlemen, lady, if you drive through there, your radio messes up, your phone's cut in and out. You know, this electricity does have an effect on that. Now, to what degree, I don't know. But do we wanna take a chance that 911, somebody's out there having a heart attack and they can't have a call in to get help that they need? These are all proven to be affected by these kinds of systems. So the humming from the inverters. I personally have not been near one, but research is showing that there's constant noise. I can make a logical speculation, if you will, that the wind blowing through those things. I mean, wind's blowing through the power lines and by the trees. I hear that rattling inside of my house. Cows. It was interesting to me to read that dairy cows are having aggression and stopping milk production. So not that we have a dairy farm out there, but we do have beef cows, so it's not going to stop with one breed of cow to the next. Next slide. There's 3 power companies with transmission lines in the vicinity: Rocky Mountain Power, Western Area, and High Plains Power. And as we just heard, they don't have a contract with any. So to me, that's a big red flag. And something that I hope our legislators work on, the Agricultural Committee recently voted against 2 bills that would protect private property owners from eminent domain of power lines. And I feel that this county has a greater obligation, because you are the local government, to look out for our safety and our welfare. The current substation located at Goldeneye, that's a photograph of it, and I'm not an engineer or anything, but that seems like it might be a little lacking. So is that something that's going to have to be replaced, rebuilt to handle something like this? And then what kind of side effects will that have? Go to the next one. Historically, wind and solar have been heavily relied on subsidies. And unless they can provide proof that they are not being subsidized, it's cost burden to the taxpayers. It's costing us for what? Big companies are telling us that this is, and I don't want to make this personal, but you know, we have a governor who's very bought into this whole green sham, if you will. It's making money for certain people and not the rest of us. And unfortunately, we don't have a choice in the matter for another 2 years. So I'll leave it at that. None of these solar facilities are providing, well, I don't know that any of these solar facilities are providing energy to Wyoming. They're costing the taxpayers. And as we've already identified, the majority of this power would be going out of state. So I think we can go on. We do know that we have weather patterns out there, massive weather patterns. So in the event of those, you know, I think we can logically deduce what would happen in that. It wasn't too long ago that we had quarter-sized hail coming through here, and it seems like weather's getting worse as the days continue on. I included this. The National Weather Service advisory broadcast out of Riverton warns residents to seek shelter in the most interior parts of their homes on the first floor ground level. Logical consideration of the volume of exposed ground and all that, you know, it's just going to be more problematic out there in that area. So, you go to the next one. So this was a photograph that I took on a little journey out there, and you can see that the wind speed at I don't see the time. It was morning, afternoon there but 10.8 mile an hour, and it was October 10th, and that's the dust coming off of just a regular dirt road out there. So I think with higher winds, we know we live here. We know what we're looking at. So you can go to the next one. The residents of our area rely heavily on the groundwater, not just for drinking, but for their livestock. And I guess at the top I should say that this is land altering, and it's altering the character of the neighborhood, which is in the zoning document itself. So these next two slides, this pertains to the zoning resolution. Our wells are 40-foot deep and would suffer greatly if a solar farm tapped into the aquifer. The fact that most solar farms use chemicals to defrost their panels, and to what scope, I do not know. But anything going onto the ground with a 40-foot water table is probably not something I want to drink. Will the company be using the reservoir to dump its wastewater, storage of wastewater? What's the mitigation plan for that? Soil erosion, we've talked about that. It is an issue with the blowing winds. And this does not follow planning and zoning's own requirements and guidelines. State statute 18.5.501 through 18.5.513, Title 18, Chapter 5, Article 5 defines states' requirements for solar energy facilities. 18.5.502 requires that permits be obtained from the county in which the facility is to be located. Additional relevant requirements noted in the statutes include State of Wyoming 2022. 18.5.503 certify that there shall be no advertising or promotional lettering on any solar energy facility beyond the manufacturer and the applicant's logo on the solar energy facility. I think we've determined that they don't even know exactly which panels they're going to be purchasing at this point. 18.5.504, adhere to specified setbacks. No solar energy facility shall be located within 100 feet of an occupied structure or residence unless waived by the owner, within 100 feet of any outer boundary of the facility. On unzoned or agricultural zoned land less than 200 feet from any public road right-of-way, or other land less than 100 feet from any public road right-of-way. So Section 509 of the Natrona County zoning regulations addresses solar and wind facilities and includes direction regarding visual impacts, appearance, and scenic view sheds. Emphasis added as indicated in zoning regulations, Natrona County 2022. Potential visual impacts may be caused by components of the project such as, but not limited to, mirrors, WEF towers, cooling towers, steam plumes, above-ground electrical lines, accessory structures, access roads, utility trenches and installations, and alteration to vegetation. Those projects that are within scenic viewshed utilize reflective components. Example, exposed mirrors shall provide a viewshed analysis of the project. Do I need to go on, or do we get the... Okay. Next one. Prohibited lighting. The following lighting types are prohibited from being installed in the county. Lighting that simulates, imitates, or conflicts with warning signals, emergency signals, or traffic signals, blinking or flashing lights, and exposed strip, laser lights, aerial lasers, or holograms. Will granting the conditional use permit contribute to an overburdening of county services? Will granting the conditional use permit cause substantial or unmitigated traffic, parking, or environmental problems? Will granting the conditional use permit impair the use of adjacent property or alter the character of the neighborhood? Well, I think we can say yes. Will granting the conditional use permit detrimentally affect public health, safety, and welfare, or nullify the intent of the land use plan or this zoning resolution? So, what I brought up last time, solar farms of this scale were not included in the 2000 zoning resolution. It didn't even come to pass till 2022, and there was not a clean copy provided to the public. It was worked on up to 20 minutes before the public hearing started. It was an illegally adopted document. And the commission, this is not, I'm not scolding you, but the commission had 2 years. Judy and I have requested that be reopened. And like I said, nowhere was a solar farm of this magnitude. It only pertained to just residential structures. So we hadn't even had a chance to approve or be involved in something like this. And I think for that reason, this needs to be not approved, tabled. But it needs serious consideration. You could go to the next one. I personally think they're unsightly. I think there's probably a lot of people here that think they're unsightly. What's that? When setting up solar farm, companies usually try to minimize the negative impacts on the surrounding community. I think that's pretty much what's happened here. The photographs are been taken off where it's actually going to be located. I do agree with Miss Jones that they are using her berm as a way to cover up some of this visual impairment. Porter County Commissioners of Natrona County granted the Jones a conditional use permit for the property adjacent to the proposed location for the purpose of collector car storage and an auto reduction yard. Some of the criteria that had to be met on the adjacent property included screening private property with a 6-foot berm to mitigate visibility of those traveling down US Highway 2026, and the neighbors, none of which made a single complaint. She had to drain all the fluids from the cars and the equipment to see to it that it wouldn't be an imposition on the people, and something like this would be allowed. Cars can be moved relatively easily. It's not a reduction yard. They're not being scrapped, trashed, or anything. So, next one. The anticipated cost of solar. Again, Ms. Kemper, you asked, and thank you for doing so. Is that a projected cost now, or is that the cost here? The fact that couldn't be answered is kind of concerning. While panels contain small amounts of valuable materials such as silver, they are mostly made of glass, extremely low value material. As a result, solar production boom has left its recycling infrastructure in the dust. To give you some indication, Solar is the sole U.S. panel manufacturer we know of with an up-and-up running recycling initiative, which only applies to the company's own products as a global capacity of 2 million panels per year. With the current capacity, it costs an estimated $20 to $30 to recycle one panel. Sending that same panel to a landfill will cost a mere $1 to $2. So, given their druthers, what expense are they going to incur themselves? Lingering legacy, millions of toxic solar panels that can't be recycled. Many governments have classified solar panels as hazardous waste due to the amounts of heavy metals, cadmium, lead, etc. they contain. This classification carries with it a string of expensive restrictions. Hazardous waste can only be transported at designated times via select routes, etc. The proposed site of our home for the solar facility was with unpredictable weather. That could add to the deterioration of these faster than projected. Next slide, please. Solar power creates more toxic waste than pollution per unit of energy than nuclear power plants, challenging environmental mythology. Solar panels are made with photovoltaic cells of silicone semiconductors that absorb sunlight and create an electric current. 95% of all photovoltaic cells are made entirely of silicon, an element so common that it makes up 27.7% of the entire Earth's crust and is second most abundant element we have, second only to oxygen. Aside from regular PVC cells, PVC thin films also used in solar panels manufacturing. These films are made of the following: copper, iridium, I don't even know, cadmium, telluride. Anyway, you guys can read. Currently, Casper's landfill does not have any of these solar panels as of November 2024. Next slide, please. Is Haystack Energy going to be responsible for the depreciated home and property values for the neighbors' properties or the subsequent damages resulting from blowing sands or fires when domestic water wells are sucked dry from depletion of the aquifer or from hazardous contamination, when the subsidies run out, when the power companies they haven't yet entered into a contract with build their own farm after the door for these projects is established, much like the wind farm east of Casper that doesn't produce. I don't think I need to read that. Next one. This is just kind of a recap. Having a solar project in your backyard decreases property values. It's a visual eyesore, a health and environmental hazard. Blowing sand and debris is a potential and to potential buyers, and constant cleanup for 2 years should fall on the company. Casper Creek does run through the property north of this location, and during periods of flash flooding, there is reasonable concern that has no means to the property properly mitigated, pumping off of overflows from flash flooding. In 1977 and 2010, it was recorded that floodwater ran onto the lowest point of that parcel of land and remained there until it soaked in with no exit point. Again, there is no outlet. It soaked into the ground and most assuredly into the aquifer 40 feet down. Goldeneye Reservoir is located less than 4.5 miles away, putting many properties in danger of high voltage lines or subject to imminent domain since Wyoming did not adopt the bills that would have protected landowners. County residents across the state find it impossible or difficult to secure insurance. So who would be held liable for the fire? City, only $500,000 was all they were liable to pay. Or any other damages in the event of a fire with the consistent winds and fuel quantities, all would be lost for miles. That was the case not so many years ago when one was started the Casper landfill and burned down a multitude of residences and property and livestock in the Coal Creek area extending to the river. Restitution was not adequately served to the residents. The chemicals used in lithium fire suppression foams are toxic. I realized that it was said that they would use water, but it sounds like it's going to be a lot of water. Lithium battery, and I think we covered that, so I don't think we need to go this let it burn thing. I think we can move on. We should have expert testimonies that are not biased and not paid for by solely this company in a case like this. Where is the DEQ? So as I said, there were some things that seemed to be missing from that 533-page document. I don't know why, if that was not available to the public or if we're talking two different things. Until such time that our concerns are answered to our satisfaction as residents of this county, we respectfully ask that this proposal be, and in light of certain other facts now, I think this needs to be tabled or denied. However you guys see fit to do that, but it should absolutely not be approved. This solar farm, again, was not in the 2022 or 2020 zoning resolution. It only came about in the 2022. So, also, it's interesting that the solar farm in Converse County, Casper, city of Casper, is asking for $2.7 million for economic impacts from something in another county. So this is just who can get their hands on any kind of money from the state, from the taxpayers ultimately. Next. Okay. Thank you very kindly for your time.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
There may be some questions here.
Yes, sir.
First, I didn't catch your name. I remember the face, but I couldn't.
I'm sorry. Rosemary Saban, Natrona County resident. I apologize.
What was the last name again?
Saban. CZABAN.
Okay, I remember seeing that. Okay.
Is that all?
I was the one that asked for the 15 minutes. I'm going to take a second.
One at a time, please. One at a time. We're not going to get, we've got a lot of people here. We can't get it all mixed
I
up.
know. I'm just telling you. This was my 15 minutes, and I'm going to use a minute of it. Thank you. This is a Geiger counter. I'll loan it to you guys. Go find a solar facility and see what it reads.
So, one of the statements made had to do with a conditional use permit applying to this application. And as I understand it, it's not. It is a permitted use in that RAM zoning area. So we're not talking conditional use permit here tonight.
Yes, but also the fact that these solar farms were not until 2022 when that was illegally adopted. This wasn't even part of it. It's just like Casper Mountain. That sea mysteriously slipped its way in there. That's the point I'm trying to make, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. You know what? There's a lot of folks out here, and we've been at it for about 2 hours almost. Can we take a 5-minute break? I, for one, need to run down the hall. Thank you. Hey, folks, would like to get started again. Thanks for allowing us to take a break. So we're going to get started again with our public hearing, and we're asking for folks in opposition to the application. And just as a reminder, we're hoping you can limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. And if there's something that's already been covered, either last meeting or tonight, would prefer not to go over the same ground. So, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. Yes, my name's Kelly Birch, and I reside at 8227 33 Mile Road. And I know that you're obligated to follow state law. I'm going to try to address the state statutes. It's Title 35, Chapter 12, 109, that deals with the permitting process dealing with solar farms. First of all, this application from Haystack Solar should not be approved based on the state statute, which requires a complete and accurate application for a permit to be approved. And the application as presented changes every day but is not complete. Secondly, this application is not following standard procedure. It's recommended by state statute that it goes to the state DEQ first and then to the county for permitting secondly. Third, the state engineer must sign off on this project before it goes to the county for a permit. Fourth, state statute requires that all applications include a financial disclosure in the application, and Haystack Solar must provide a financial statement as evidence that they have the money to complete the project. This has not been included. Fifth, there is zero company information in the application. Commissioners, Haystack Solar is required by law to list the names, titles, and contact information for each member of ownership, management, and construction. There's no letter in the application from the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission providing a recommendation one way or another on the proposed site. Seventh, there's no letter from the Wyoming Highway Department in regards to construction recommendations prior to the project. Eight, the perimeter fencing information is totally inadequate in regards to the state requirements. Ninth, there is no environmental impact study regarding air and water quality. 10th, there is no assessment for historical sites and or preservation of historical sites. 11th, there is no detailed recycling plan. On day one, the construction personnel will open boxes, find broken panels from shipment, and how is this hazardous waste material going to be handled and where will it go? 12th, the company does not have a power purchase agreement in place. Now I know Dale Harris told us earlier he thinks Pacific Core, but at the present time, there is not a power agreement or purchase agreement in place. This application cannot be permitted in the county based on the lack of required information in the application by the state statute. And one other thing I'd like to add, if you go on the Secretary of State's website, you can't even find Haystack Solar on the website because they're not licensed in Wyoming to do business. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Michelle Sleep. I live at 7907 Natrona Road in Natrona. I'm glad we touched base today about Natrona Road and 26 Interstate because that's what I am focused on today. So the first issue in the intersection of 2026 and Natrona Road, to put in a turning lane, there will also have to include a side passing lane to the north side of 2026. The heavy truck traffic that will be turning off of 2026 onto Natrona Road to go south will have to make extra wide turns because they're going to use heavy haulers, and they are longer. They'll need that extra wide turn. They can't do it from a turning lane. There are mailboxes that are on the west side of Natrona Road and is also the bus stop for the Natrona residents' children. The extra traffic will be a big safety issue at the bus stop for our children. The first cattle guard on approach to Natrona Road is sinking in the middle of the deteriorating underneath. The cattle guard other cattle guards that will be used to cross over need to be replaced or reconstruction for the heavy and extra traffic for the construction phase. The side road that will be used, known as Tulsa Road, and I also submitted before the meeting tonight, there's pictures included of their current pictures of this week, and I just printed them out today. The side road that will be used, known as the Tulsa Road, is not an engineered road. This road is unsafe not only for the public, but also for the construction traffic. There is not enough road base, and the culverts are two different sizes. There are two culverts there, not one that they showed on the screen earlier. The larger culvert looks old and rusted. This can cause major issues when the road gives out and heavy equipment falls off the Tulsa Road and land either side into Casper Creek or into the bridge and knocking the bridge out. Natrona Road Bridge has already been rated as a D-rated bridge, which means only pickup trucks and one-axle trucks are rated to go over the bridge. The signs posted for the bridge are overrated for the bridge. There will be excess traffic on that D-rated bridge in 6 months' time than with the regular traffic in a 10 years time frame. The house that used to be the old post office, that sits on the corner of Natrona Road and USA Highway 2026. There are pictures at the Fort Caspar Museum as a piece of Natrona history. And that building still stands there today. Solar farm batteries can catch on fire. When it experiences thermal runaway, which occurs when a battery's temperature increases and causes the cells to short circuit or break down. Solar farms fires can and will destroy millions of dollars in equipment in minutes. Fires also spread to surrounding grasslands, especially in rural areas where emergency response times are longer. The intersection on Natrona Road will become a more dangerous intersection. The bridge and the cattle guards cannot upstand any more traffic or heavy traffic. The Natrona residents should not be subject to the dangers of losing their only way in or out due to fires or loss of the bridge. And I would also like to bring up the fact you asked about, Ms. Chairman, how the community is going to benefit from this. The only community that is involved in this project is Natrona community, the residents that live in that area. You wonder about, are they going to contribute to events? We don't have events out there. How them contributing to events, how's that going to benefit us? We're the ones who have to look at it. We're the ones who have to drive up and down 2026 every day, twice a day. Natrona Road, we will be subject to a part of it am I to wear a welder's helmet driving up and down Natrona Road? But the main concern here also is they destruct that road. The side road is not up to par. I talked to Mike at Road and Bridge today. That's how I found out that it can only handle one axle trucks, which that's basically a propane truck coming in for delivery. We have the mine back there, and when they're active, that's more heavy truck using Natrona Road. We have people who want to build and are in the process of building. So there's contractors with trucks and heavy trucks. They're going to be using that road. And I understand they want to make an offer for maybe temporarily or long-term to redo the bridge. The bridge would have to be at least 2 lanes and heavy enough to handle all this traffic. But in the meantime, it's not. The side road's not. YDOT does not control county roads, they control the highways. And right now, I can't see how they're going to put in a turning lane when the Natrona Road sits here and then here's Beck Road. There's people that live down Beck Road that will need access and not interfere with side road traffic. And building a temporary turning lane and side lane there, there's other heavy trucks that use 2026 that if that could be too soft and damage that part of the side road. So I have submitted pictures of what it all looks like. And please take those pictures in consideration and how dangerous that road really is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leap. Hi.
Hi, how are you guys tonight? I'm Rita Spiva and I live at 4249 Cattle Trail. And I'm against this project for just about all the things that have been mentioned. But one of the things, I talked to my grandson this weekend who works down in Texas building these solar farms. He does the wiring. He said they have to be washed off with water. I don't know how often, every day, I don't know that, but, and so I'm wondering where are they going to get all this water and where's it going to go? It's going to go right down there into Casper Creek, which it's going right over the top of Casper Creek. I don't agree with that at all, but, anyway, I called in there today to your office and they said one of your goals was to use planning and economic development policies to protect and enhance the quality of life for present and future inhabitants of Natrona County. And I just can't see that that's going to help. It'll provide a few jobs, but that's all. And seeing how we got a new president, I kind of think we're going to be real busy with lots of other jobs. So, okay. Sorry to stand here and we've covered so much of this already. The negative health effects are one thing because my good friend lives across the road and she's really concerned about that. So, okay. Anyway, I love Wyoming and I think we should leave it like it is as much as we can. Cleaning up an oil field site isn't anything compared to this. So, anyway, think about it. I hope you guys make a wise decision and table it and the commissioners reject it. But that's just my opinion. So, thank you so much for your time.
Spiva.
Good evening.
Hi.
I'm Garvin Durant. Address is 2123 North Grass Creek Road. I didn't know about this solar plant till just recently. But I'm certain, I'm a licensed engineer, operating engineer, been there for many, many years. I'm certain you'll agree with me that wind and solar are the most unreliable forms of electrical generation there are. True. Best way to make electricity is spin a generator I don't care if you do it with steam, gas, or diesel engine. Turn in a generator, you get reliable electricity. You're dedicating 2,000 acres of ground for a couple hundred megawatts? That's not reliable? And that's if they operate at 100% efficiency. And you know as well as I do, if they get 60, 70%, they'll be lucky. I grew up on a ranch, 1,600 acres. I worked on power plants, 800 megawatts, at less than 20 acres. You can make a smile, and you're sitting on 400 years worth of coal. You got all the fuel, organic fuel you want. So, really and truly, this whole discussion about a solar farm here that nobody wants, that's hazardous, that has a real potential to do harm to the water table, just a stupid discussion. Bottom line. Have a nice evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Scott Engel, resident at 6650 Big Cheese Road. A lot of good points brought up. I'm not going to go through all those, but just want to thank everybody for putting the time and effort into that. A couple of things that I heard during this discussion that kind of made me question things was the solar glare in the report. And I think the gentleman said that there is no solar glare. I'm like, how can that even be? That just doesn't make sense to me. You know, if there's a reflection, there's a solar glare. Does it affect people, places up there on Pine Mountain, aircraft? You know, I don't know that, but I guess it just, when somebody says no solar glare, that just, to me, it doesn't make sense. The other thing is the visual impact from the road. They took two different places. One was from the place where there is the residents with the berms, and they kind of covered up where the you know, photovoltaic cells would be. The other one was from Highway 40. There's a whole bunch of people on Pine Mountain that's at, you know, around 6,000 feet. We can see to Casper. We're going to see that. It's going to be a huge eyesore. It's just something that not only is going to affect visual, but again, I want to see what kind of effect a solar, you know, glare from that can affect people on that mountain. The other thing that I thought was, I guess, the one gentleman brought up was regarding fire mitigation and putting water cans out there. To me, that just, I don't know. I've lived in Wyoming not that long, but long enough to know that a water can in a Wyoming fire isn't gonna cut it. So to me, that was just kind of a comical thing. But I think really a lot of things need to be addressed regarding the mitigation of fire, because it's not when, it's if, you know, and whether it's an outside fire or something happening on the site itself that causes the fire. Last point I'd like to make is just regarding Pacificor. And again, a lot of these renewable energy, green energy credits, really the only way they make sense is with tariffs and tax credits. There's no way Wyoming's gonna buy this energy. It's gonna be too expensive. The only place that's gonna be able to afford this energy is California. So I don't know, when he changed his, thought of, oh yeah, I could go to California, now we're gonna sell it to Wyoming. Again, he doesn't have any contract in place. I don't know how he can state who he's gonna sell this energy to, but to me, it just doesn't make sense. But just things to consider, but I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello.
My name is Robert Kuhn. I live at 25798 Natrona Road. I moved out there because of the last 40 years I've worked my tail end off. I barely got any left. And that's where I want to retire to. I moved out there because it's peaceful, it's quiet, and I bought 42 acres out there. The people that bought the land out there is Rocky Mountain Real Estate, 5,000 acres, and chopped it up into 40-acre tracts. I'm not the only person out there. There's only 2 lots left. So this is going to affect a bunch of people that want to move out into the country in peace and quiet and not look at a big infrastructure. That's why I moved out there. I'm close enough to Casper to spend money in Casper and come visit the town and do a lot of shopping. But I'm out there living in peace. Now we have a threat I don't know. They said they got safety protocols in place to stop any contamination in the ground. It's not going to happen. I've seen it. I worked 20 years in the oil patch. It's going to get affected, one way, one shape or another. It's probably not going to affect anybody in Casper, but the waterways are going to get affected, and our livelihoods out there are going to get affected. Because I'm going to have a farm, cows, chickens, pigs, just stuff, live off of, grow a garden, grow my own food, instead of buying the stuff off the grocery stores. Because a lot of that stuff's poison too. But I just wanted to voice my opinion. I'm against the project. I mean, the 2,000 acres, it's ranch land. Keep it ranch. That's why it's there. It's out in the country. In our area, the 5,000 acres was zoned for no commercial. It's zoned no commercializing. But now we got a big old megawatt, whatever, infrastructure moving in. Possibly. I want to thank you folks for your time.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. My name's Rhonda Gregory. I own land out at Pine Mountain as well. A lot of what I've written in my statement is an expansion of the nine-page rebuttal that I emailed you. But I'd like to delve just a little deeper into the state laws and regulations. E.g., Infinity Global's application is invalid, and they've attempted to subvert the required process as outlined in the state regulations. This document outlines just 3 of the many examples of this blatant attempt to undermine Wyoming's policies, processes, and regulations. In Title 35-1207, the applicant must obtain a DEQ permit prior to applying for a county permit. Under Title 35-1208, under the water clause, the applicant must receive approval from the state engineer prior to applying to the county. Under Title 18, Section 5, if a county were to neglect any required element under Article 5, Title 18, then the statutory requirements nevertheless would control, meaning the most stringent rule of law applies and supersedes all others regardless if it's county, state, or federal. This statement clarifies that the application to the county is required to contain all of the same elements that of the state do. This applies specifically to the solar array because it exceeds the 30 megawatts limit as set by the state. So if it was under 30 megawatts, that would not apply. But because it exceeds that, it does. I'm here today to stand in vehement oppositions to the proposed solar farm. And many others have read the application and found that it to be incomplete and blatantly inaccurate. Any application must adhere to all county, state, and federal requirements. This application, due to its failure to comply with governmental requirements, cannot be approved by this commission or any governmental body based on the 2023 Wyoming statutes, Title 35, Public Health and Safety, Chapter 12, Industrial Development, sitting Section 35-1202 through 35-1214, which requires a complete an accurate application for a permit to be approved. The application is completely missing many required elements, has false statements, responses, and misleading information, all of which are required to be fulfilled, clarified, and corrected prior to their initial submission of the application, not during the application process. Some of the examples are as follows. There is no assessment of water impacts, which is required. There are no financials in the application, which are required. Infinity Global is required to provide financial statements as evidence that they have the money to complete the project. There is no company information. They were required to list the names and addresses of individuals, parties, and partnerships, association, corporation, as well as that of the managers responsible for permitting, construction, and operation of the facility. They failed to address the need to expand and update the overhead power lines or the Golden High substation, both of which will need to occur to provide a level of appropriate containment and transfer to accommodate the additional power. There is no statement of discharge, including physical, chemical, biological, or radiologically. The procedures proposed to avoid constituting a public nuisance, endangering the public health and safety, human or animal life, property, wildlife, plant life, or recreational facilities by the estimated emissions or discharges was not addressed at all. There is no letter from the Wyoming Game and Fish. Wyoming Game and Fish must provide a recommendation as to whether this site is suitable or not, as well as guidance on such things as adequate fencing, including height, placement, and number of gates, just to name one line item on their agenda. This letter is a requirement that, again, is missing. Although there is a completely inaccurate and ineffective environmental analysis done by a questionable company, there is no evidence of an environmental impact study, which again is a requirement. This is only 8 of the more than 30 deficiencies and basic requirements that I, as a layperson, was able to find. There is no detailed recycling plan, which will impact the county in the short term as well as the long. With an average of 2 to 5% dunnage, which is 7,961 to 19,902 panels of dunnage just during the construction. These panels, as well as other components, are hazardous material and as such cannot simply be placed in our landfill, but must be addressed with care in accordance to federal and state guidelines and regulations. The applicant does not have a power purchase agreement, which brings into question the financial stability of the company. Their representative rebutted the impact or the implication that the project is linked to Rocky Mountain Power, yet it stated that PacifiCorp, Rocky Mountain Power's parent company, will have final authority as to where the produced power goes. This implies a hidden agenda and less than ethical business practices. They state that the decommissioning process will cost approximately $14 million, whereas my research, contacting 3 actual decommissioning companies, reflects that the actual number for an array this size is more in the range of 5 to 6 times that amount. They do not detail what is covered by their estimated process, which obviously does not cover a full decommissioning on the site, which leaves the landowner and the taxpayers footing the bill for the remainder. The bond outlined in the application is a minute amount of just $340,000, which in the grand scope of things will cover nothing. This company's financial statements are weak at best, and they have no track record for fulfilling any long-term commitment of decades on any project, let alone a project of this scope. The majority of their operational budget comes from debt financing rounds, which in short are loans based on promises, not collateral, production, or results. Their $75 million in revenue does not even cover a fraction of the costs associated with this project, let alone all the ones they boast they have around the world. Even with the millions and potentially billions of dollars of debt they have incurred through these debt financing rounds, they have not come to a point of being profitable. They are now on round 11, which means 11 times they have asked investors to bail them out and are still not even near being in the black or even near any level of profitability in any aspect of their business. So in short, they're not in a financial stable position. Their partners in this proposed project have a less than appealing history. They didn't do their due diligence in effectively composing their application. They have in no way adhered to the regulations or considerations as outlined by the state of Wyoming, and have hidden or sidestepped important issues. Not only should their application be denied, but by law, it must be denied. The landowners whose land is off of Natrona Road are protected from restricted access through the easement and the county road through the 2006 Wyoming Supreme Court case of Richard B. Osborne versus Russell Kiltz himself. Our health is protected under the Wyoming Environmental Act from the deterrent of dangers associated with this proposed project. The ecosystem and the species that call it home, including the greater sage grouse, are protected by the Endangered Species Act of 1973. As our rights to infringement under the protection of the Constitution in our freedoms of liberty, life, and happiness. These are further defined and applicable in this situation through the 5th, 9th, and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution. Although I support Mr. Kiltz in his ability to diversify his revenue streams, one citizen's rights end where the rights of others begin. And this is a true impediment on those rights. Based on these facts and the associated laws and regulations, I would ask that the applicant be denied and the proposal be disallowed. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Dana Sutter. I live at 7714 Natrona Road. And every day I look out, I see Golden Eye to the north, Casper to the east, and then Alcova, just the south. But with this project, I'm at the third cattle gate, so I'm going to see exactly where they're talking. And it is eyesore. If you notice, there isn't any solar farm in any residential area that I've read. And so you could ask the Haystack folks, it's the same thing. I don't know why they decided to put it in our backyard. There's only 3 people here that approved it, only because one's probably benefiting because it's on their property. The rest of us are going to suffer. Our value will go down. Our taxes will probably go up. I don't know if any of you have been on Natrona Road. The bridge is wasted. It needs to go. The road is so rough, if you just lay all the way down the road. That's how bad it is. So the road that's there next to the bridge is not a county road. The Bensonite people, they put that up because it got washed away a year and a half ago. But anyway, I moved out there to be away from the city lights. I've been in the city for 62 years. That was plenty for me. I retired out there. I like the land. I like Wyoming. And I know most of the people here, if they don't live on the Natrona Road, they should have nothing to say. They're not affected. It's not in their backyard. So why are we have to, pay for, one person's, benefiting from it? But anyway, that's my 2 cents. I just want to get it in there. Thank you for your time.
Hi.
Hi there, and thank you all. You've put in a long evening and asked some really good questions. You're very appreciated. My name is Stacy Schmid, and I'm co-owner and operator of Range Solar. We have been around for 18 years, and we live in Natrona on 16,002 Beck Road. That's where our business operations are as well, and we're in good standing with the state of Wyoming, which is great. I did speak to the airport director yesterday. He said he was not informed of this solar field, probably because it was far enough away from the airport. His concerns are that the reporting was inaccurate of only 4 flights a day. going out of the airport. So we know that's, not factual. He said his concerns were pilot view for the pilots flying the pipelines for inspections. And as far as the glare, that has been addressed a few times. And in the report, on one page, it says no solar glare. But then we have page 418 and 419. We have 4 arrays there that say pilot view restricted, yes. So there's discrepancies with the solar glare report. And in the assumptions in the solar glare report on page 440, it states the algorithm does not rigorously represent the detailed geometry of a system due to algorithm limitations. So basically it's kind of a guess. So I wanted to address some of those questions that I had heard. The document is incomplete. I found 100 points of concern. We don't have time for all of them. So I'm going to start with page 16. Frequent fires have affected the sagebrush steppe. So that's been, well said. Page 16 also says this arid landscape is very susceptible to grazing. So obviously a solar farm would be very invasive. Page 17 is where I come into play, knowing solar. They have a great mathematical error. They're saying 398,025 solar modules at 650 watts apiece. That equals 259 megawatts. Now that's DC, and that is how you rate solar coming off of the panel. So, it's neither here nor there, but it is a clerical error that they should have paid attention to. They also said that they were going to use bifacial panels, which is probably that's going to be industry standard in 2 years. But they forgot to add the 10% coefficient. So again, a mathematical error. This is solar 101. So they shouldn't have made these mistakes, and they should have caught them. Missing is the construction report, including cost. Missing is a de-icing plan. They don't have one. It's missing on how to clean the solar panels. It's just not there. And I did contact the city landfill last week, and I said, occasionally we get in a broken solar panel from shipment. The city dump can handle 2 broken solar panels. And then after that, it becomes hazardous waste. So we have to look at panels that do come in damaged with freight right off the bat, and that is not addressed. Missing, we also do not have any battery specifications. But what they do say is they can be housed, and enclosures are fire rated for 1 hour. So I guess that buys a little firefighting time. The other thing lacking is what we call racking, and that's how you mount and construct the base to hold the solar panels. It's gone. It's not there. So we talked to our distributors who build utility scale solar in other countries. And per tracker, if you're staying at the 11 feet maximum, how to build this, it's going to require 66,337 steel piles, anywhere from 5 to 15 feet in the ground. That's pretty invasive. We're all worried about the creek. We're worried about selenium poisoning. I think this is going to lend to some serious erosion. Anna commented from NRCS, they couldn't be here tonight. But anytime you disturb land in this area, selenium poisoning is a concern for people and livestock. And the Kendrick project was started in 2015. It's a great read on selenium in this area and how important it is to pay attention to this. Page 24, the applicant responses plan to be 199 megawatt, but again, the industry standard nameplate would be 284 megawatts. Page 25, table 4.1, the applicant used a tax levy of Converse County. Page 226, the decommissioning cost is the 14 million. that everybody was talking about, and I have a further comment on that, but page 234 in decommissioning says removal of components up to a depth of 4 feet. Remember, these 66,000 steel posts are going to be put in 5 to 15 feet in the ground. But their decommissioning plan says they only plan to remove up to 4 feet. So I don't know if we're leaving that much steel in the ground. That can't be good for the Casper Creek drainage areas. So on page 243, we find the answer to the question. The decommissioning plan 4.5 escalation rate has not been included and is based on 2024 dollars, and that states it there. Page 244, bonds and insurance only set at $342,000 for decommissioning. Again, there's nothing for construction. Page 345, the applicant refers to the solar panels as wind turbines. I found that rather interesting. And page 412, it says PV configuration. Okay, and it is not accurate because they have PV array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But each one of these arrays is rated at 199 megawatts. So that would be 1,194 megawatts. I think they should not have missed this technicality. I'm happy to see we have an electrical inspector here tonight from Natrona County. I know if we submitted an application that was this sloppy, it would be denied. And okay, so I covered the airport. And lastly, nobody's talking about mental health of this. We all live in Natrona because we want to. It's not because our job makes us live there or something. It's a quality of life that you can't really put a price on. And I'm part of the Wyoming Women in Ag Board, and we have a lot of discussions on mental health and agriculture. And it says loss of agricultural lands help contribute to suicide. Viewshed and healthy lifestyles contribute to good health. The Wyoming Department of Ag has documentation and provides classes in this matter. And other good documentations for this is the National Library of Medicine. So I threw a whole lot out there. There's many more inconsistencies, but we really appreciate your time and dedication to thinking about this and hopefully declining this application. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt.
I have a question real fast. Can I ask a question? You talked about broken panels being considered hazardous waste. We'd heard earlier that there were the components of these panels were not hazardous. Can you elaborate on why are more than 2 panels considered hazardous waste?
Because of the components that are in there, and because we were trying to stay to our 5 minutes per of the other owner of Range Solar here that will address the studies that we're doing. Now, it is true there will not be cadmium telluride in these panels. Those only occur in flexible solar panels. You don't have to worry about that. That is absolutely true. That won't be in there. But he will be able to explain what else we are doing.
So just to confirm, he's going to talk about why. I just don't understand why more than 2 panels equals hazardous waste.
Simply because of the components in it. You get that much, it's just too much for the landfill to adhere to.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Mark Schmid, Natrona, Wyoming. We are conducting a study, which I never thought I would do, and we even used a Canadian solar panel because that was what was mentioned in the proposal that they did. And we hit it with a hammer, got all the particles, the silicone to the copper, to the solders and everything. We put it in the water, distilled water, and we have that sent to a university for testing to see exactly, because people have asked us what kind of toxins are in solar panels, and I'm like, I don't know, just find out. So we broke one up, put it in distilled water through what the instructions were from the university, and use their instructions containers and send it to them. So we don't have that report yet, but we're hoping to get that soon. The pictures you're looking at is just a broken panel that we don't know what happened. The junction box on the back just melted, and you can see when those solders get super hot, they start dripping like molten into the grass and whatnot, and that's what starts fires in solar fields a lot of times. It's happened a couple times in the last couple months in other states where the malfunction happened. They don't know what caused it, but it starts dripping into that grass. It catches it on fire. And if you look at those pictures too, you'll see that panel is pretty much melted and beat up, destroyed, and it's still producing full voltage. I mean, that's the voltage that was on the nameplate, and it was reading on a fluke meter. They did mention something about Pacific Core being a potential buyer. We interconnect with Pacific Core a lot with our grid-tied systems, but also we found in 2023, Oil City News reported that Pacific Power elected not to purchase any solar power from Wyoming. You can look it up. It's Google it, whatever. If that changed, I do not know. That's just the last stuff I had. This is a data sheet, safety data sheet for Q-Cell, which is an American-made solar module, and it's the only one that has an actual safety data sheet to it. Canadian Solar, we call today, they don't have a safety data sheet for their solar modules and this kind of covers on how to fight a fire if it's ever at this magnitude, what to do, what not to do. We spoke to a couple firefighters, and they said that are local, and they said they don't have the knowledge on to fight something this size. So they said, I don't want to be the one fighting it. We're not going to do it. The enclosures, like was mentioned, 1 hour containment. You can look online, but look at a lithium ion bank fire. I mean, the minimum is a 24-hour burn on those batteries. And their containments are only a 1 hour containment, meaning it's going to break out of that enclosure. Australia, in the last couple of months, has had 2 Tesla fires in their battery banks. And Tesla was giving them recommendations, and they outright said, do not fight that fire. Just let it burn. Once again, you can look at that online. And I think that's all I have. Oh, and the other thing too is, yeah, we have a lot of modules in this state, thousands, and all of ours are at the best productions for an annual production rate, which is like 43 degrees. Well, if you ever look at big solar fields in the summertime, of course, the sun's higher up, so they're laying these panels at like 20 degrees. So when the hail hits those, it's like a direct impact. It's not glancing off. So the chances of hail damage is very high with a low degree solar array. So thank you guys very much for your time.
Hello.
Howdy. My name is Scott Contour. I live at 4710 West Lafayette Street, Mills. I know my address doesn't reflect that I'm out there, but I do work as a ranch hand out there for all the summer months, late into the fall. I've even been out there in the middle of winter. Had to go out there and help some people out in that big storm we had 2 years ago. Okay, had to snowmobile into that property all the time just to feed the animals. Okay, if you've ever been out there, it's nothing but wind. Most of these residents live out on top of hills and all that kind of stuff. You can see for miles. Unless they're going to put a berm out there that's going to be 2 miles high, you're going to see it. Okay, that's an eyesore. Nobody wants to see that. Obviously, the other residents brought up glare. Again, reflective surface. You see it every day in Colorado, where I've come from. People grow weed out there. That's why we thought y'all called us greenies. Find out it was our license plates. Aluminum. Aluminum alone's reflective. You can see that from 2 houses over if somebody's got a grow station in a shed. And you got a glass panel? I don't know about you, but I mean, that reflects just through your window. You know, you get blinded every day. Okay? And then the basic breakdown of these panels, the copper, silicone, silver, okay? I only have a high school degree, but I did pass chemistry, and any of those elements in any large concentration is hazardous to human health. I mean, copper is one of the most healthy things for us, but even in a large concentration, it can cause heavy metal poisoning. So can silver. Silicon, okay, what's the exact silicon? I'm a mechanic. I work with no less than 4 different types of silicone every day, all 4 of which are hazardous to my health. All of them. Okay? Plastics, we all know. Glass, okay? Something breaks, yeah. What you don't see is all the glass dust. Okay? They're saying that there's really no risk of breaking panels. The firefighters are going to try their best to go around them if they have to fight a fire. But we all know that glass, when it's superheated, a gust of wind comes along, now it's super cooled and it just blew up in your face. So that's not only a health hazard to our firefighters out there, that's a health hazard to all of the residents out there up and downwind. Because when that breaks and that wind blows through, I mean, an ember can travel over 20 miles from one fire. What can glass dust do carried on the wind? You know? There isn't a single safe thing I think about this fire. And as he pointed out, I mean, Tesla even said let it burn. We can't fight fires like that. We've already got a fire way up in the north of the state that's still burning. You know? And that's over a gas, this one's going over an oil and gas pipeline and the river. Are we trying to set the whole state on fire when it goes up? Because it is. It's not a matter of if, it's when. We receive high heat most years, over 100 degrees sometimes. And I darn well know, having lived in Texas, that over 100 degrees can melt pretty much anything. So, I'm completely against this, and I work out there as a ranch hand. So, thank y'all for your time.
Hello, good evening. I'm Eddie Lowndes. I live at 24800 West Highway 2026, just north of this project, and I just want to state that I'm opposed to it. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Lean. I'm representative-elect for House District 38. These residents are my constituents, and I'm proud of them. And the one thing I learned while I was out campaigning was that the constituents in House District 38 are incredibly intelligent, as you've heard here tonight. They've shown you many ways that this application has holes in it. They've made me rewrite my speech, so bear with me while I grab just a few highlights for you. I'm really grateful that selenium was brought up. I recently had an opportunity to go for a tour with the Natrona County Conservation District about some of the selenium projects in Natrona County. One thing that I learned was that in the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality 303 Section D is that there's a list that gives you, Casper Creek is one of them, the tributaries that contribute to the Kendrick watershed. And this is a map of that watershed. Every area in pink has the opportunity to produce selenium. I'm happy to leave this with you. This is also on the Natrona County Conservation District website. Anytime that soil is disturbed, the selenium will be affected within the water. Since 2005, the Natrona County, okay, let's back up. The history is, since 1998, the Natrona County Conservation District has been working with the DEQ to get the North Platte River off of impaired waterways. In 2000, the tributaries, including Casper Creek, were added to that list. In Natrona County, we have supplied $3,784,781 of taxpayer money in the last 19 years to mitigate selenium. So my question for you is, what is E.G. Haystack's or the Kiltz family selenium mitigation plan to be sure that the earth that is disturbed from the construction does not overproduce the total max daily loads into our waterways via the Casper Creek, which will also include local water wells and livestock wells, ultimately ending up in Evansville water supply. Let's talk about personal property rights. I will tell you that I support the Kiltz family and personal property rights. However, I want you to know that the county and city ordinances that there are city and county ordinances that do keep your neighbors' happenings in check on your personal property. I will give you an example. Within the city of Casper, you can own chickens, but you can't own a rooster. That rooster is considered a nuisance for your neighbors. In the county ordinances, Miss Judy Jones had to build a berm to keep her cars from being seen from Highway 2026. If you are to call your neighbor in for an eyesore, it is to be investigated by code enforcement. So you do have the opportunity to be able to call this a nuisance to the neighbors. Some of the harms that I came through tonight were the lithium batteries. I'm glad that they've been touched on multiple times over. My question is, what happens when they are decommissioned? How much does it cost to decommission a lithium battery? And what is the lifespan of those batteries with the megawatts going in and out? The buyer, Pacific Corp, is currently trying to raise rates on our local energy producers here in the state of Wyoming, or local consumers in the state of Wyoming. And if Pacific Corp needs to put in a new transmission line, guess who gets to pay for that? The taxpayers. And that's us, the people that buy the energy from Pacific Corp. I don't think that any of my constituents are up for yet again another rate hike, as they're looking at 29% across the board. The fire marshal stood here in front of you and said that they don't have the ability to put this out right now. And I asked him in the back, I said, what do you need as a county to be able to put that out? And he said mass amounts of water. I do know that the Kiltz family has 2 wells on their property, but at what point do those wells tap into their neighbors' wells? And how much water will drain that aquifer so that the people on the outside of the personal property don't have water anymore? Because of the water harms specifically, the selenium movement, and the millions of taxpayer dollars that have been put in over the decades, I encourage a no vote on this. Thank you very much.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to the application?
I'll just take a minute. Judy Jones on Highway 2026. The point that I think everybody's trying to make tonight is they went too fast with this. It's in the wrong area. And I'm directly affected because it's right on the corner of my property. I'm going to have to live with it. I've had breast cancer, 7 years clean now, and everything I have read on solar fields and stuff gives me even a higher chance of getting cancer again. And this scares me. I mean, I like my fake boobies, they're great, but I'd much rather have my real ones. There's a few other people that are around me. You've got all 5 corners. All of us are saying no. The water is like gold to us out there. Without water, we're nothing. And it's 28 miles out. It's not 24. Because I'm at the 28-mile marker myself. And this just breaks my heart to have to come back to you guys after 12 years. I had to drain my cars. I had to take the batteries out of them. I had to build a 6-foot ugly berm. And these guys have the audacity to use my property as an okay point to block their solar farm. I'm offended. It cost me $250,000 to keep my cars. And now I gotta fight you again, and you can be sure we will. Because this is not what Wyoming needs. Trump's gonna change things. Subsidies are gonna go away. Our landfill could no way handle this amount of garbage. Right now, your landfill's got 1,800 wind blades in it. I talked to the gal. I interviewed a guy last week who lives over on Coal Creek Road, and he showed me his hands. And he said it was from them guys crushing the tower blades. And I thought he was, bullshitting me. He sat in front of me with a pair of tweezers and a razor blade and cut his hands open and showed me the fibers that are coming from that landfill blowing in the wind to him. Now, what are we going to do for him? Who does he sue? So this is something you guys need to think about. This is way wrong for Wyoming. I know you guys love that green energy and all that, but it's bullshit. We all know it. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything to say? Again, we're talking in opposition here. Hello.
Good evening. My name is Donna Bold Larson, and we reside at 11225 West Holland Road at Casper. We own a ranch directly north across the highway from the proposed Haystack Solar facility. The property is occupied by Tammy Bold Larson, our daughter, who in the past has experienced debilitating health issues and was diagnosed with a condition known as multiple chemical sensitivity. In other words, she is highly sensitive to all things environmental. One concern from the research from the National Institute of Health and World Health Organization shows that electromagnetic frequency emitted affects humans at the cellular level. Some of the effects are infertility, sleep disturbance, headaches, and nausea. An Irish study recommended you should live at least 1.1 miles from a solar farm facility. Ms. Bold Larson lives less than a half a mile from there. We are equally concerned with how the county would manage an inevitable battery storage. You have no idea the work we put into this ranch. It's a beautiful ranch, 2 beautiful homes on it, lots of pens, and we don't want to burn it down. In the solar facility application, you'll find under the emergency response plan the serious risks to health and wildland fires. You can't fight these battery fires with water. They create a hydrogen gas which is toxic. It is recommended that you just let them burn, as we've discussed. We are equally concerned with the inevitable traffic impact on an already busy Highway 2026. We own another ranch at Waltman, and we are constantly going back between these 2 ranches, Natrona to Waltman, and we've just about been annihilated several times just with the traffic that's there now. I can't imagine the impact that the traffic would be with the construction of this facility. We are equally concerned with the solar panels being directly over Casper Creek and how the inevitable contamination from the panels could contaminate the runoff into Goldeneye Reservoir, subsequently into the North Platte River, Casper's water source. If your solar panels are damaged due to a hailstorm or other environmental possibilities, contamination is certain. We are equally concerned with the end-of-life treatment of solar panels, ensuring they are properly recycled or disposed of, preventing potential long-term soil contamination, and who is financially responsible and who regulates this termination. We are equally concerned with our own ranching operation, which is comprised of raising cattle and bucking horses, and how it would affect the animals with the glare and reflection, chemical exposure, noise, and by disrupting local ecosystems. I urge you to take this very seriously and don't allow this to happen. We're just trying to be cowboys. We're in the cowboy state. We're just trying to raise cattle and raise bucking horses and ranch. And I thank you for your time.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to the application? Is that everybody? All right. Last chance. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition? Okay. So we call closure to the public hearing. At this time, Mr. Harris, we promised you a chance to come up and provide some rebuttal if you wish. Also, Mr. Winnook, I think you had something to share with us.
We were hoping that both me and Ryan could get up here and provide our rebuttals to the
Okay,
information, if that's acceptable.
Yeah.
And then we would like for our counsel to speak on our behalf as well.
You'd like for what?
Our counsel to speak on our behalf as part of our closing statement, which I believe we had agreed to that.
Okay.
So first, I want to start with saying that that presentation that was given earlier, that was the first time that we have seen this presentation. We'd be happy to provide you guys with a formal written response to the entire presentation. There are a few things, though, that I did want to note. Is there any chance we could pull that presentation back up? Yes, sir, Mr. Birch. Please let me know if you can't hear me at any time. Okay, so firstly, the photo of that facility is showing that there is going to be dirt in between the panels. That is an incorrect representation of the solar facility that we are going to be constructing. We are going to minimize the amount of grading that we do on the site to only the access roads and the substation and BESS area. The majority of the facility, we are not going to be doing any sort of grading to prevent the impact to the vegetation and prevent there from being major dust that is kicked up. We will be installing the piles, and that is going to be the main area in which we are going to be disrupting the ground. We will have a revegetation plan in place for some of the areas that we do disturb, but there is going to be plenty of grass in between those plant panels, to where we have to worry about the grass becoming too overgrown, which is why we have discussed the possibility of incorporating sheep grazing into our site. This will assist with maintaining the grass, help with wildfires, as well as incorporating agriculture into our site, which is just an overall positive. Now let's go to the next slide, please. Possible? Okay, one more slide. I think right here. So there seems to be a little bit of a misinterpretation of the type of the solar facility that we're installing. This page right here is citing that the temperatures are going to get up to 8,000 to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That is based off of a thermal energy generation solar facility, which is where there's a whole bunch of mirrors that are around a centralized tower that then reflect the light to that tower, which then heat up the material on the inside, which would then use water as a way to convert it back into steam, or to go into steam and then turn it steam turbine. There are videos of birds getting caught on fire in these facilities. That is not what we are proposing here today at all. We are using, photovoltaic cells. There is going to be no massive increase in the temperature in the area. I think we can go on to the next few slides here. There's a couple slides here where, again, it talks about cadmium telluride. I've already made it clear that our panels are not going to have any cadmium telluride in them, and that the way in which we design our facilities are going to have no negative medical impacts to any of the community members. One of the points that was made on, I think, the next slide or the following one, it was brought up that the electromagnetic frequencies mainly come from the transmission lines, which is already there. The photovoltaic panels do not increase the amount of electromagnetic frequencies in the area, so there should be no substantial increase in EMFs. There was another point that was made that there was going to be a massive economic burden onto the community. I want to make it very clear there will be no economic burden on the community. There will be only an economic benefit if you guys are to approve this project. And then with regard to the power purchase agreements, I've heard that brought up a few different times at this point. There are very few facilities that I know of that have ever gone through the permitting process that have already received a power purchase agreement. Due to the complexities of the regulatory environment that we have, most utilities do not feel comfortable with providing a power purchase agreement pre-approval of the local community. So Ryan can attest to it. He's worked on many more projects with many companies, and it is a very abnormal thing for a developer to have a power purchase agreement prior to submitting a permit application. Y'all's hopeful approval of this project is what will give Pacificorp, or whoever the potential off-taker is, the comfort to provide us with that type of an agreement. And I think that is all my major points. Ryan's got a few rebuttals.
Shelby, I'm going to have you pull up our additional slides. Again, I'm Ryan Winnock with Jacobs, project manager, environmental planning and permitting consultant. I've been working on planning and permitting for about a decade now of all sorts of facilities, with about the last 5 in projects just like this in Wyoming. So I apologize in advance. I'm going to make you jump around a little bit. And I think my intent here is just to clarify a whole bunch of maybe misconceptions about the project, parts of the application. So if you could go to 17. Maybe 18, sorry. Okay, so this is an overview of the permitting process for a project like this, kind of the intent and the kind of the schedule, or an anticipated schedule for this project. And as you can see, we are kind of right in the earlier stages of planning and permitting this project. The next phase would be the Industrial Siting Act application and that process. Many folks brought up, state statutes as part of the Section 109 application process. That is the Industrial Siting Act application process, and we would be submitting an application for this project to DEQ that would cover things like financial disclosures, more detail on air and water quality, Infinity's company information, company leadership, letters, and coordination with Wyoming Game and Fish Department, and then a commitment for like a wildlife mitigation plan. All of those components would be part of our Industrial Siting Act application. Again, another point on just permitting and process. Infinity has been going after this project and doing due diligence and studies for over 2 years now, and we've been on board for a little, like about a year at this point, conducting many of the studies that you see in this application. But they are doing a ton of due diligence to vet a lot of the issues that were presented by the opposition here tonight. And then, as Dale pointed out, PPAs or power purchase agreements, typically those would be for, in this day and age, a PPA would be in place ahead of construction. Typically developers would not have those in place because they would be at risk, essentially. You could go to slide 50. Okay, we'll go to 50. Yeah, this is good. Decommissioning and reclamation. So just some clarification points. Could you go up just a tiny bit? Sorry, down, I guess. There we go. Okay, so decommissioning and reclamation, this is in 2024 dollars. We have to make an evaluation starting somewhere. So we did it in 2024 dollars. That's very typical. And the requirement by Industrial Siting Division is that decommissioning and reclamation cost estimate is used to inform the bond that they require of an applicant. And the Industrial Siting bond administrator would determine that amount. And it's based on some of that information that folks mentioned, like the financial stability of the applicant, amongst other things. So the references to $342,000 That is not the bond amount. The bond amount is set by the ISD bond administrator. So our cost estimate is $14 million. That's a bottoms up cost estimate, class 5 cost estimate. It's an engineering estimate. It's been stamped by a Wyoming engineer we have in-house at Jacobs. And it's a rough order of magnitude. And again, the bond administrator determines the amount that's bonded. And I don't know if I mentioned, but the decommissioning and reclamation estimate is updated every 5 years. So the fact that we put it in 2024 dollars, that's typical. Infinity is on the hook to update it at least every 5 years throughout the life of the project. In doing so, they're escalating those dollars so that at the end of it, or whenever it needs to be decommissioned, that bond amount is the right amount. Let's go to 37. So solar glare analysis, Forge Solar, this is an industry standard application that Infinity used to analyze glare. I think folks thought that we were refuting the fact that there was any glare. It's not the case. There is glare. However, the receptors for that glare would not receive any glare. So because of the angle that the panels are going to be set at, and because there is treatment of the panel itself to reduce glare, the receptors that were analyzed would not receive any glare. Also, there's one comment about a pilot view restricted. Essentially, that piece of the analysis is just that if you're looking out of an airplane, you can't see about the bottom 30% of your view because that's where your steering mechanisms are. Essentially, the window is the top, 30-50% of your view as the pilot. We could go to 31. So we have, again, 10 key observation points that we analyzed as part of this project. This is just one example of one of the view sheds that we analyzed. Again, we consulted with Natrona County on where sensitive viewers might be. But now, okay. So we analyzed 10 different vantage points from every side of the project. And there was some discussion of how we might have selected advantageous spots. That's really not the case. We tried to get an assortment of different views from different types of viewers and really the most sensitive viewers. So, residential areas, parks, viewers along the highway, and in many cases, again, this is a project that is far off the road. You just are not able to see the project from many different areas. So we had to pick somewhere to analyze. Our 10 spots are in the application. This is just one from Big Cheese Road. I think we had somebody on Big Cheese Road. And again, I think as Dale may have pointed out earlier, in these simulations that we're presenting here, we've highlighted the panels in magenta. In the application, we've presented them what the human eye would be capable of seeing, and it's very minimal impact to many viewers. If we could go to 19. So I just want to reiterate what Dale stated previously. So there's a lot of economic benefits to Natrona County by from this project. So we've got about $5.7 million that would accrue as a result of sales and use taxes, $45 million that would accrue over the life of the project due to property taxes. We've got a small list here of the mill levy, essentially all the recipients of that $45 million, all of which would be going in or would be received by folks within Natrona County. Yeah, I think there was some questions about there's one typo. I assume there's probably a few typos in our application. I admit we did our best to fully vet every page of that document. It is large. There's a lot of information that was requested by the county as part of this application. One of the typos, unfortunately, was that we used the Converse County mill levy rates. We did not. We double checked. We used the Natrona County mill levy rates. So in that table, there's just a typo.
I want to clarify. It was a typo on the name of the mill rate, not the actual rate itself.
And if we could go to 21, please. So again, as you've seen, we've done a ton of due diligence here. We have included a ton of information in our application, and we believe that we have met all of the requirements set out by Natrona County, and we'd be open to any, Dale and I would be open to any questions.
Questions for these gentlemen? Sabrina?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you address the effect hail would have on the panels?
Yeah, I'd be happy to address that. So there is going to be a MET station that will be out there monitoring the wind 24/7. We will be able to predict if there's going to be hail prior to the hail actually striking the facility. As you guys have heard, these panels are installed on trackers, and the glass has become extremely strong. As we've seen over the years in our iPhones and other glass technology. It also has plastic that reinforces that glass. The panels would be directed or angled in the most optimal condition to be able to handle the wind. And that also does bring up a follow-up point with regards to de-icing the panels. There is no de-icing going on with the panels. We are not using any chemicals to de-ice them whatsoever. That is another situation in which we would angle the panels in an optimal direction to decrease the amount of snowfall that is actually going to land on the panels, and then reorientate them whenever the conditions are correct.
What about cleaning, if I can jump in?
So cleaning, it depends on the situation, or depends on the geolocation of the facility and how much dust is actually in the area. A lot of the times, there's enough acclimate or enough weather or rain in the area to be able to clean the panels without us having to come in and do much cleaning. If we do need to, because there is a decent amount of dust that falls on the panels, it's a high pressure wash with very low water that's actually utilized to be able to clean them, which all water on the facility will be trucked in, and we will not be using any well water or affecting the water table. There's actually an interesting study out there that shows that solar facilities, because it decreases the thermal load on the soil, allows for more evaporation of water on that ground, thus increasing the water table height.
Sabrina, I'm sorry. No, you're good. Is that your, oh, you have?
know, but thanks. So I think I heard tonight about water for cooling the batteries and being on the property, and uh, I know nothing about batteries and solar, so I'm going off of like things that I've heard. But how much water are you needing for this, and is there enough water out there? And how do you know what that water table is that you wouldn't be taking it away from the residents that are all there?
So for cooling the batteries, we are not using any water. Water would only be utilized if there was a fire. Yes, and to clean them as well. It uses very small amounts of water that would be trucked in. There would not be any use of the well water.
Last one that I have for the moment. You talked about the property taxes. So obviously the landowners currently pay taxes as you addressed. And I don't know anything about how these property taxes work, but how does that affect the landowner? And I assume you're paying those taxes because they wouldn't be paying those taxes. So how does that work and how would that affect their property taxes that they're currently paying?
Yes, ma'am, we take care of all increases in taxes. So the landowner will not be affected.
Robert, do you have anything?
I'm curious about the game and fish. Have they done anything as far as mitigation routes, as far as their studies?
So there was 2 years of biological assessments performed on the site. I have personally been there with Wyoming Game and Fish and discussed this project with them twice. We are in coordination with them to incorporate their recommendations, which, as you heard earlier, was the migration corridor. And we are also going to be working with them to develop a pre-construction and post-construction monitoring plan. This is part of the Industrial Siting Division requirements. We will have to have Wyoming Game and Fish provide an official letter signing off on the project, as well as a developed pre-construction and post-construction monitoring plan. They are becoming more familiar with these projects, and in the past for wind projects, they've had a 5-year post-construction monitoring plan. They don't believe that we're going to need to have a 5-year post-construction monitoring plan. They're thinking 2 to 3 years is going to be sufficient. And another thing to mention about the pre-construction monitoring plan, we will actually be timing our construction based off of the recommendations provided by Wyoming Game and Fish to mitigate our impact to any of the elk or prong, antelope.
What about DEQ? As far as, do you have any reports from them? Any of that stuff?
So Wyoming DEQ will go through DEQ as part of the ISA process. So, they're, the agency that we go through to get that ISA permit. So they'll be heavily involved as soon as we start that process.
ISA is a big process.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
So if I could piggyback on one of his questions, I lost my train of thought. I'll have to get back with you on that.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things. Mr. Harris, you mentioned about not having dirt in between the arrays or the racks. And I just want to point out that this land is pretty sensitive. I think you're going to be surprised what little disturbance will do to it. So you're probably going to get some erosion. You're not going to get like grass going like crazy, I think, like you mentioned. And you probably are going to deal with dust. You probably will have to clean those panels. It's incredible how sensitive this ground is all over this area. And so I hate to belabor this point, but I just want to, I'm not sure I'm getting the right answer, or I just don't understand. I keep hearing that these aren't hazardous, the panels aren't hazardous, but then I hear that they are. So I do know that copper, that a lot of wildlife, invertebrates are sensitive to copper. If this stuff gets into the soil, for broken panels or whatever the case is, is it going to be hazardous? Are we going to be looking at a problem, on down the road with dealing with these panels? And so I just really want to get a straight answer when it comes to that. So thanks.
So if there was some sort of major natural disaster that was to destroy the panels and spread, parts of the panel all across the land, I'm sure there is going to be some negative environmental impact. But that is not what we plan to have happen, nor is the likely possibility. I mean, there are acts of natural destruction everywhere, but the likelihood of it happening is very slim. And if it does happen, these panels have been manufactured to reduce the possible impact. I mean, part of the reason that we are in the industry that we are, and the reason why solar has become a very dominant source of energy generation, is the lack of hazardous impact, or the lack of toxic impact to the community and to the environment. You compare this to other types of energy generation, this is by far the least hazardous type of energy production out there. And I will say on the record, I'm not going to state it's 100% not hazardous, but it is about as good as you possibly can get for energy generation.
One other just follow up on the just the fact that you can move these panels based on weather coming through, or in that you're going to have a weather station out there. And I would imagine you're going to have some sort of radar capabilities when you see these hail events coming through. It just seems a little. It doesn't seem like that. It's a great idea to constantly be moving these things around based on the weather, and we do get a lot of weather coming through, particularly in the summertime, as I'm sure you know. So to have these things sort of going in and out, as you get weather coming through, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like that's a real sustainable way to do it. But I'm not in this business, but it does seem like a tricky thing to operationally have to do this. As we get weather, every day we're getting in the summertime, we're getting convective storms coming through, and we can get pretty extreme stuff. So, doing that on a daily basis in some cases seems kind of difficult, but.
So the beauty of our systems, and the reason why they are so resilient, is there are not a lot of moving parts at all. This is not a turbine turning, so they tend to be more resilient than most energy production systems out there. The automation involved in our system is what makes it capable of being able to turn during those different weather events. Those times, it's not optimal energy production from the solar facility. There's going to be a lot of clouds out there. So the direction of it is not going to negatively impact the generation. And the numbers that I provided earlier from the 40,000 megawatt hours generated every year, that is based off of a PV-SIS report that takes into account for the weather model and the specific design that we are utilizing to calculate that type of generation. And that takes into account the different weather events that we have to turn the panels for.
So I remember now what I was going to say with Commissioner Grant here. One of these bits of information that we had provided, I think, in opposition to your application, was the sage grouse impact. And there was a map that showed sage grouse area and compared it, and it's kind of confusing to me. So have you had contact with Game and Fish to talk about that issue already?
That was one of the main issues that we were discussing when we visited the site. Okay. And prior to visiting the site, they were recommending that we do an additional sage grouse survey. That was going to be an aerial survey. We had done a boots on the ground survey. Once we went out to the site and they saw the conditions or lack thereof sage grouse habitat on the property, they are no longer recommending an aerial sage grouse survey.
Okay. Thank you. I had a couple other questions. So, highlighted some of them. Mr. Birch had mentioned, he's referencing state statutes, and I didn't go and review these myself, but the statement was made that the typical process of one of these things is the IS, Industrial Siting Act, would go first and then come here. You tell us what's going on there?
I can
We're
take
both
that one.
not lawyers.
Yeah. Yeah. So in my experience, again, I've been doing these Industrial Siting Act projects that require that process for about 5 years now. And typically, what I've seen done is oftentimes they're done in tandem. And really the requirement is that the county permit is issued prior to the ISA public hearing. That's typically how an applicant or a developer will time their project, and that is part of the regulation. So it's in my experience not typical that you would get an ISA application. Actually, they would not issue the permit without a county permit being issued.
So have you already started the ISA process?
We have not. I won't bore you with the schedule again, but that's the next part in the process, is having a jurisdictional meeting with the Industrial Siting Division, and then preparing an application for the Industrial Siting Division, and going through their entire process.
So what you're doing here is consistent with what you've used before in Wyoming.
Absolutely.
To the county first, or go to the whatever jurisdiction and then to go
Yep.
to the ISA.
Yep, absolutely.
I would also like to clarify that we hire local counsel to make sure that we meet all of the regulations in any state that we're developing in. So we take the advice of our counsel, and I think he could provide a detailed response on that as well.
Okay. A couple other questions before he or she comes up. It was with some interest that I read that Natrona County was applying for state monies to counteract the price or the impacts of a solar farm in Converse County. And, whether this is thumbs up or thumbs down tonight among us, it's going to go to the county commissioners. And I would sure like something in the minutes to say that we need to evaluate, we're talking about bridges out there at Natrona, but you're talking wear and tear on local stuff in Casper for, I don't know how many people you're talking about. I guess it was in the 533, but you're talking about wear and tear on infrastructure. I'm sure you're talking about with that many people out there, sheriff's going to have to be out there, more than what they are now, and all those impacts are going to add up. So I know we talked about so many $1 million this is going to benefit locally, but I think in addition to that, we need to worry about the upfront cost, and I'd like that not to be lost in the discussion. So that's a statement more than a question.
Yes, sir.
So the selenium deal. Again, I heard you say that you're going to have de minimis impact on the surface. You hope, but I also heard something, and I don't know if that's a accurate deal, that there were going to be so many thousand metal piles driven in 10, 15 feet deep. I could just imagine track hose and whatnot being out there all over the place, and I don't know how you can minimize soil impact that would stir up this selenium and cause a problem. So what have you guys looked at there? Is that going to be something that's looked at more closely during the ISA process, or How does that work?
So there will be piles that are going to be hammered into the ground that are going to support the trackers. The depth of those piles is currently to be determined. One of the most expensive development studies that we perform is going to be our geotechnical study. This is where we will go out there and we will analyze the soil. We'll do plow load testing and do lab testing on the soil content. This is what is utilized to create our 60% design and therefore after 90% and designs for construction. So that will affect the structural and civil design portion of the project. And I'd be happy to provide you with the results of that report.
So where's the selenium fit?
Well, from my understanding, that we were hearing that the selenium is in the ground and that we will be disturbing the ground, which affects the selenium, which is going to go into the water table. Is that correct?
Or into the water course that would go into Goldeneye and then Casper Creek and North Platte?
So I don't know the depth of the selenium content. That is part of, I think, what would be determined during the geotechnical survey. And I would be more than happy to look into, how our piles being hammered into the ground are going to affect that selenium. That would be, reviewed during the structural and civil design.
As I understand it, the selenium gets stirred up, is a problem with irrigation out in that Kendrick area. And I don't know how deep it is, but I can't imagine that, a foot or so is where the selenium is. And if you're got track hose and bulldozers and all that kind of stuff out there, and you can't help but disturb it. So it's going to be interesting to see how you might ought to be ready.
What is the depth of the selenium?
Well, I just know from irrigation that that's a big problem out there.
Mm-hmm.
And as I understand, you folks that are out there, it used to be flood irrigation, and that's all being discouraged now with using the irrigation rolling system that try to minimize the amount of water that goes on irrigated land to minimize the amount of selenium that finds its way into the water course. So I would just assume that the selenium is shallow. So my point made.
I'd be happy to provide a formal written response to that question.
Okay.
But I would think that if it's disturbing the selenium, it's because it's trenching and bringing the selenium up to the surface, which is then what ends up leaching into the water table. This is just an educated guess. But if we're not trenching and we're hammering things into the ground, there would be less below ground soil brought above ground.
I guess I'm talking about the disturbance with the heavy equipment. It's what I'm concerned about. So point made.
Okay.
Last question I have is vandalism. So I'm assuming this is a non-manned site.
There will be post-construction 3 to 4 people out there full time.
Really? 24 hours a day?
I mean, no, sir, not 24 hours a day, but as a full-time position, after the first 5 years or within the first 5 years, there will be 3 to 4 people there.
During the
5
day?
days a week.
During the day?
During the day.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Not 24/7 though.
All
We do have, security light that would be on the substation area, and we've got fencing, to prevent vandalism.
Okay. Is that covered in the report? I didn't see that.
Vandalism, I believe, is covered in the emergency management plan as a section of that plan.
Okay. All right. I understand you have counsel you want to have address us.
Yes, sir, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
All right.
Chair, Commissioners, through the chair, Sean Larson of Hathaway and Coons. appearing on behalf of the applicant. We've listened to public comments from the prior planning and zoning meeting. We've read additional public comments. In addition, we've heard the public comments this evening. Haystack Solar has continued to discuss the project with the community during the last month, meeting with local organizations, stakeholders, and nearby landowners. Haystack Solar submitted a complete application, which was noted by the staff, addressing each requirement of the Natrona County regulations, and the staff agrees. In addition, Haystack Solar's provided additional information to this Planning and Zoning Commission during the previous meeting and during this meeting to address the publicly raised concerns. Providing information, discussing issues, and being good stewards in Natrona County is important to the Haystack team. We will continue to have dialogue with Natrona County citizens throughout this process and as we approach the upcoming Board of County Commissioners hearing. This is a well-designed, thoughtful project which meets or exceeds all standards required for approval in Natrona County. And I think it's important to kind of refocus some of the discussion in light of public comment and think about what we've been talking about tonight, which is the Natrona County 2022 zoning resolution and the specific standards as are laid out in the zoning resolution. There's been a number of citations to the state statute. That's the Industrial Siting Act, and that is within the jurisdiction of the Industrial Siting Council. The Industrial Siting Council has a very robust process, which includes considerations for DEQ, for Wyoming Game and Fish, amongst various other issues. In addition, the industrial siting process includes a bifurcated proceeding that involves a first portion where the applicant asks for permit approval and provides all the information to show the elements required under the act. But in addition, there's a second day or a second portion of that proceeding that's for county impact. As you discussed, Chair, the county impact is considered during the second portion of that hearing. And I think that's what we're hearing about Natrona County submitting a request on a Converse County project. Because there can be associated impacts depending on distance from the project, housing for construction, and that's what the Industrial Siting Act is there for, and the Industrial Siting Council is there for. So what is the Planning and Zoning Commission here for? What's the Board of County Commissioners here for? This is a step in the county process which leads to the meeting that's coming up on December 3rd. The application and additional information we've provided demonstrates the requirements under the specific resolutions in the Natrona County zoning resolution. I think very important in this consideration is the specific fact of how this area is zoned. This area is zoned ranching, agriculture, and mining, which has a wide range of uses that are located in the resolution from pages 60 through 64. And specifically, permitted as a right is a solar facility in that zoning. And so permitted as a right, and what are you all to consider, and you have counsel to work through this with as you decide your recommendation. If you take the application and then you look at the specific zoning resolutions and check in on the topics that are addressed in the application, just as the staff found, the application's complete and addresses all of those issues. So for example, the perimeter fencing is in Appendix A on page 44 of the application, and that's located in zoning resolution 4.10.12, capital B, or capital B1. And I could go through, I actually have a grid here that specifically walks through the power line location, the erosion, runoff, and disturbance that's noted in the resolution as an area that the application needs to cover, dust control, noxious weed and invasive species, section 6, page 38 of the application. Solar glare is on Appendix K at page 408. setback from property lines, the decommissioning and reclamation plan, Appendix H, starting on page 220. And so as you go through the resolution and analyze what you have before you, I think it's important, really important to think about the county role and what's coming up on December 3rd and what the function for the Planning and Zoning Commission and for the Board of County Commissioners is. We provide an application and information that meets all the requirements of the zoning resolution. We are in a zone where this is permitted as a matter of right. And as such, sticking straight to the county resolutions and what you all are considering, keeping in mind that there's an industrial siting process that addresses health, safety, wellness under the statute. What's the county's role here, and what are we looking at as we consider all of this information, all these hours that you all have put in on this application? So with that, thank you for your time and consideration this evening. Haystack Solar requests that this Planning and Zoning Commission would provide a recommendation for the permit to be granted by the Board of County Commissioners. And I think, as everyone has noted, we really thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Questions? I have one. This may be for Dale or Ryan. Is this power purchase agreement supposedly with Rocky Mountain Power or Pacific Corp, is that a competitive process?
Yes, it is a competitive process. They will release a RFP, and then many different developers will submit that bid. And the best bid will be selected based on a multitude of factors.
So in theory, all this could be for naught. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, we've heard a lot of information here tonight. Had a lot of folks spending a lot of time coming here to tell us what they think. Done really well, by the way. Thank you all for the great input. Any discussion? You ready to move to a motion? What's the pleasure of the commission?
Poison their land, or do we not?
I'd like to see something from Game and Fish. Is that a possibility?
For that to happen, that would require another tabling, I would take. And Mr. Grant, we talked about that being part, that detail being part of the ISA process.
It's true.
So that'd be kind of jumping the gun a little bit, I think, but you tell me what you think.
I think if it gets, if it goes to the ISA, that would fulfill my two criteria, and that's the DEQ and the Game and Fish. Covered in those, that would be covered in the industrial siting process.
So, Ryan or Dale, would you guys come up? Both of you, maybe? So you guys heard the question. Comfort level with not having more information from Game and Fish and DEQ.
So as we go through the process, I'll be happy to provide you with their comments and our pre-construction, post-construction monitoring and mitigation plan. I've got some, I think, brief email comments, but we're working with them, incorporating their recommendations to provide, for them to provide us their formal recommendation, which we are required to have.
Right. That's my concern, is getting their blessing, basically.
We will most definitely. this project will not be successful without their blessing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And the ISA application also will cover, all of the coordination that has been done, not just with Game and Fish, but every agency that DEQ requires that we coordinate with. And that application, of course, can be provided to Natrona County when it's submitted to the Industrial Siting Division.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Appreciate your consideration.
That satisfied my question.
Okay. Further discussion?
Yeah, I just, after hearing all the comments tonight, from the previous meeting and then tonight, I'm just having a hard time seeing, the benefits of this project, given the cost, given everything that we've heard. It just doesn't seem like there's a huge amount of benefit. I mean, there's money for the county, and I guess you could probably argue that there's also going to be a lot of cost that goes into planning for this project and putting in extra lanes and, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, police presence out there, sheriff having to go out further more often, fire mitigation, firefighting. So I'm having a hard time seeing the benefit of this project, given it doesn't seem like it's a huge amount of power that'll come out of it. So is it worth it? That's what I'm kind of struggling here. It seems like a huge process, and I understand that we're going to go through a much more in-depth process through the Industrial Siting Council, where they'll communicate with DEQ and Game and Fish, and we'll kind of understand the impacts better. But what I have in front of me tonight, it does not argue for a project of this scale with the limited amount of power that's coming out of it to go forward. So that's kind of what I'm wrestling with.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time. I think our job here is to make sure it's compliant with what regulations we have today. Whether those are supported by the community or not, and we might need to look at those in the future. I think our job is to make sure that's compliant with that. On the other hand, I understand all the testimony about why people don't want this, where it's going. I'm struggling as well. I think it would be a good impact for the community. I think there will be a lot of monetary benefit from it.
Okay. I guess my 2 cents. I've been on this board for a long time, 12, 13 years. And I've been an advocate for property owners every chance I get. And we had a property owner come here tonight wanting to do something with their property. And as it stands, we have a planning and zoning plan, a planning and zoning document that we must follow. And that planning and zoning document specifically says that you can have one of these facilities on property. I hear a lot of the environmental, I hear a lot of the wildlife concerns. Really, I guess what it boils down to is the county commissioners have got a tough job, but just looking at what I see here tonight, we have a property owner that wants to do something with their property, and we have written rules and regulations that says that they can do it. So with that in mind, gives you an idea of what I'm thinking.
Mr. Chair, one addition or one point of fact there, under the general use standards in the zoning resolution, it says that, I'll get to it. It basically says that, there shouldn't be any downstream impacts to surrounding landholders. And so I'm not convinced that there's not going to be downstream impacts, whether it's through surface water, groundwater, or whatever it would be, even wind. I don't see that the risk outweigh, or the benefits outweigh the risk with this. So, seeing, we have a limited amount of, verbiage in the resolution that gives us, something to hang our hats on here. And so, again, given what we have in front of us today, the information that's been provided, the community sentiment, and then what we have in the resolution, just a few sentences really, when you boil it down, I don't see that at least in my mind, that this project is worth the cost and the impact to the community.
Well, with that said, Chair would entertain a motion for consideration of what we have before us tonight.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one question here? And it's in regards to how we set this motion for approval. Can we have this in two I guess, votes? The first being if we approve or deny, or if we approve this application. And if we do approve the application, do we then approve that the staff had certain comments and we had certain comments that would be included in the approval? I don't know if that makes sense, but I want to make sure we're clear on what we're voting for.
Mr. Chair, in this situation, I'd recommend that you either do a motion to deny the application or a motion to approve the application. If you do have a motion to approve the application, that motion should include any conditions that you might want in that approval.
Then I'd like to make a motion based on the information we've heard tonight, the information from the project proponents as well as the opponents. I make a motion to disapprove of this project going forward.
Do we have a second? Is the motion going to die for lack of a second?
Balls up there, huh?
Would you please let us do our work, Judy? Second. Mr. Deputy County Attorney, we appear not to have a second.
Without a second, Mr. Chair, that motion dies.
The chair would entertain a motion. Moving ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve this application contingent upon staff recommendations along with DEQ and Game and Fish letters of approval as mentioned later.
I think there were 3 items. Do those need to be called out specifically?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Page 7. Page 8, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
I guess it needs to be, she started, it need to be Sabrina's, without having to do an amendment.
So the Further staff recommendations would be that all comments by staff be addressed formally. The second one, the forthcoming application requirements, information, and approval within the required Wyoming Industrial Siting Act application and report be provided to the Board of County Commissioners as conditions to the processing and potential approval of this application. And number 3, WIDOT application and permits be shared with Natrona County. And then including the DEQ and Game and Fish that were discussed, having their approval.
Which could be considered part of number 2. Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the application as presented, subject to the 3 or 4 conditions. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So we have 3 in favor, 1 opposed. All right. At this time, public comment. This is a time when citizens may bring forth items of interest or concern that are not on the agenda. Please note that no formal action will be taken on these items during this time due to the open meeting law provision. However, they may be scheduled on a future posted agenda if action is required. Any public comment this evening? Go again.
I'd like, can I speak?
Absolutely.
Is it okay? Yeah, I've got a public comment. One of the things I found out today about your goal or whatever, your job or whatever, however you want to say it, is that your policies are to protect and enhance the quality of life for people and nature around Natrona County and inhabitants of Natrona County. That's what it said. And by approving this, I don't feel like you are doing that. Because I don't see, I mean, I understand Mr. Kiltz, that's fine, he might want to do this, but it's only him that wants it and all these other people don't want it. And they got lots of good reasons not to. And another thing I was going to ask, they didn't tell us what kind of fence they were going to have up. And that makes a difference because there was a solar farm that went in up at I think Rock Springs or Green River, and a bunch of antelope got in there and died before they turned them out. That was another bad thing. And Dale says there's not going to be very much water. They squirt on those panels to wash them off, and there's going to be lots of dust out there. And 2,000 acres of washing off panels is a lot of water, and all that's going to go down into the ground. And I hope you guys all know what selenium poisoning does to animals. I've had 2 or 3 horses get it because I live close to one of the canals, and there's these little, like a little creek. It isn't really a creek, it's just runoff. But anyway, and that if they go down there and drink, it makes they die usually. Sometimes some of them make it, but it makes their hooves fall off. And so I don't think a horse would be much good for that after that. It's just, you know, and I think we're going to have better luck at the first of the year because President Trump didn't want all this green stuff, and it isn't very green. Oh, one more thing I was going to say. I go to church out there every Sunday, and I got a lot of friends out there, and I tell you what, that road's dangerous. You got to really pay attention. And if they have that solar farm 0.4 half a mile, which is nothing, less than half a mile from the highway, that really is going to distract people, and there's going to be more wrecks, a lot more wrecks. I've seen head-ons out there that kill people, and it's just, the whole thing is just not very good. And the elk, they'll disappear. They're not going to hang around. So Anyway, I wish you guys would change your minds. You ones that voted no, or voted yes, and I thank you, Mr. McNutt, for your vote. I think you're right. Okay, take care. God bless.
So if it helps you any, the county commissioners are meeting December 3rd, and they're going to have a public hearing just like this, and we just recommend to them. Those are the guys that actually make the decision, so.
I know, but you recommended for it, and that's only to benefit one person in a bunch of foreign countries, because India and China, I guess India's the owner of that company, the main one, and Japan and Switzerland, and anyway, I don't see why we should be benefiting foreign countries. We got to take care of our own. Thank you.
Just wanted to mention, because we've been talking about the fencing, how tall is the fence going to be? Are they going to make sure all the animals are out before they put the fence up? And at a certain height, you have to have a permit. That is Natrona County and Wyoming state law. You have to have a permit if it's so high. And is it going to be so far off the ground so then the small animals can go in there and come out? I just want to make sure that's going to be touch based on. Okay.
Rosemary Saban, Natrona County resident. This is the second time I get to come up here and tell you that you're a spineless walk behinder. And that's it. This is the second damn time that you have chicken shitted out and passed this to the commission when you have the authority and the obligation to these people in your own county to look out for their health, welfare, and safety. Mr. McNutt, you're the only man here. You guys are an atrocity.
Insult taken. Thank you. All right. I believe that's all. Communications?
Mr. Chair, we do not have anything on the agenda for the December meeting. So after a pretty busy fall that we've had, we will not be having a meeting in December, and everyone can have a Merry Christmas.
No complaints here. All right. Chair would entertain a motion for adjournment.
Move that we adjourn.
All in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned at